On the left is Jonathan Lockhart and on the left, Alexander White on the right. Wait, give me a second! No. Alexander White. Double elimination round one.
Oh, now my city's been like built like bridges and I can add my railroad. My missus trying to stop it, I'm gonna build this. Stop it at the church. No.
How the hell do I spell your surname? M-A
K-O-R-N C-H-A-I. C-H-A-I. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so is that the right way around? Is Alex in the
No, it's the other way around.
Okay, give me a sec. Actually, technically, we're live at this point. I shouldn't be doing that. Should be live.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the London Netrunner Regional Top 8 Double Elimination. We have an interesting match for you today. It is Alexander White, the current UK National Champion, on the right versus Jonathan Lockhart, Mr. Lucky, who snuck in despite only being 9th yesterday due to a drop in the cut. So Alex is on Haley Pitchfork, and Jonathan Lockhart is on Palana. So good start from Alex White. He's got daily cast ticking down. He's got his tech. He's got an early tech rider, stuff that Haley definitely wants to see. Wow, that is a very good start. So he's just found his article, he's found his film critic, he's found his astrolabe, and it looks like Jonathan's on the Rush version Plaza. So this Rush version tends to run three copies of Planet Agroplex, which is a very, very hotly disputed card. Some people think it's amazing, some people think it's crap. Basically, it's controversial mostly because it gives draw to the runner, which is sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. Anyone who plays against Astrolabe as NEH will always complain about how frustrating it is to actually give the runner draws. So Alex is just setting up, and Jonathan, so red players is just setting up right now. Alex hasn't even started poking servers yet. I think that's a very typical way that Haley plays. There we go. Install advanced hedge fund. So this is either an essay or a CST, both of which are very good for Lockhart to score. And obviously Alex starts by the poke, and it's a toll booth, which is nice and taxing, but we'll probably keep Alex White out for the time being. Yeah, so he just keeps drawing. Plays his Proco. Signed by Kalimsha. And with not QT. And he's just going to continue to set up. He's got his spare Astrolabes, and just going to give Jonathan Lockhart the agenda. This is triple advance score, gets a news team, and it's a Nisei. That's a pretty good result for Jonathan. I think at this point, a CST might be slightly better, but I don't think I'd say no to an Issei. Ever. So Alex is keeping his fan site in the score area. I would probably be more inclined to actually use it to aggressively search for things, but he has just found his pawn shop, which does help. Are you all here? Okay. Sorry about that. I just had to sort out some stuff in King of Servers. I'm missing a team. So Alex continues to draw, and Jonathan continues to build up. I think right now what Jonathan definitely wants to do is he wants to get another ice in front of that toll booth and start install another 4-2. I think it's another Nissa in his hand. Because right now Alex is very poor, and unlike with other runners, Haley does not have a huge burst of money. So Alex is getting 5 to start next turn, but 5 is still not very good. When... Oh, wow. Is he going for a big one? 5 is not very good when compared to the burst money that, say, prepaid Kate can show up with. So, yeah, so Alex is poking it here. This probably looks like a play to try to get a pull up on the table.
No, actually, it's doubling the nation back.
Yep, and he's let him in 1, which is that. Oh, so he's either got a pull up or he's going to pull for a pull up with the fan site there. I'm not really sure how Alex is expecting to get into the server. So this is looking much better for Jonathan than for Alex, but it doesn't even look like Jonathan's going to go down to a lot. I think he might even be able to push out a second agenda directly after this, just because Alex has been quite slow in setting up. He didn't see his Proco that early. He didn't see his ace up that early. But if the game goes a bit longer, I think Alex might be in a good position. Yeah, and he's getting his pull up out. When you're in, when you manage to get into HQ, you might as well. Yeah, just waiting for one team. Could you ask if Conrad Ash, Phil Turner, and Guy Patching are here? And that's another Nisse. That's not ideal for Alex. This isn't going very well at all. What is he selling? Oh, sorry, he's selling his artist colony, not his Aesop. Yeah, this is looking a bit grim. There's another rice in front of that toll booth now, so Alex is a bit of a state. I think his main hope now is to lock R&D and hope it's gentle. Sorry about that. I was just fiddling around with Spags' list because I am currently trying to also run a King of Service tournament, which is probably not ideal. Unfortunately, James Norecci, who was commentating yesterday, couldn't make it today, and has left me doing double duty. So as far as I can see, there's nothing in Johnny's hand, but he has put Jackson down, so he is going to be able to dig for agendas. I think this is actually something quite good for Alex right now, because not having agendas means he can start doing an R&D lock, and obviously if Jonathan can't draw any agendas, Alex he won't be able to score any agendas. Obviously, R&D lock does come with risks. In particular, it does open fairly big scoring windows. That's a lot of money coming down, especially for the corp. Due to the Jackson, it is relatively easy for Jonathan Lockhart to bust through the. To draw through the R&D lock. Yeah, it is Ajax indeed. Low key, a Jackson in the remote. I believe it's with a Caprice, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, an option. Oh wow, he is trashing that. That's actually quite a good play because I think it slows down Jonathan enough, but because it both denies him a draw and it denies him money. Jonathan's desperately digging for agendas, and he hasn't seemed to have found any. So he's just Jackson again, I think. Yeah. If Jonathan is found a 5-3 by now, he'd probably be going straight in. And there's another. There is a CST, but it's not what you want to see, I think. I'm not sure. I don't exactly. I did deck check these decks last night. I'm not sure I remember seeing Clones Are Not People in Jonathan's deck, but he has found a food, and if he can get that food scored, that's game. And Alex does have to get into that server 3 times, one for each Nisei token. This is not looking good for Alex. So shuffling back. So Alex, I think it's Alex who's running archives. And Jonathan's just checking. Hi.
The sleeves for I think they're whatever works best for those.
Yeah, so Alex is R&D going R&D. Alex is grabbing his R&D eyes. He's ticking up. I think he's just going to slam R&D now. Yep, he's in R&D.
That's okay, I'll get it right.
Do you want to commentate, bro?
If you need to go sort something out.
It's fine. No, that's what. No, join in. Oh, I've got Brian Biggs joining me. He unfortunately was on the bubble yesterday.
Hey folks, didn't make the cut, but I'll be playing King of Service today.
So unfortunately he was 11th. He was very close to beating Rufus Ivarnier, but
I was 2 side games away from making the cut, and unfortunately lost both. So, but that's all right.
Yeah. Would it make you feel better if you knew that you would have come 10th anyway?
Nah.
Okay.
I like to think I would have made it anyway, even if that's not strictly true. Just makes me feel
Oh, he
better.
did. Alex has managed to pick up a GFI from. I think it was. If it's from R&D, it's better for Johnny.
It looks
But
like I think he has
it might have.
though,
No,
so
yeah, I think
that's food.
yeah. Okay, so he missed it. So he didn't hit. So he didn't hit HQ.
So that's
The
it.
food's in the bin. He has to be able to get in 3 times. I'm not sure he can't.
Is Alex running hunting grounds?
Alex is not. Alex is running a hunting grounds, but he has no way to switch it up. But he does have plenty of money, so that's not a huge issue.
I wonder if it's so what's in our mode? Is it double caprice, caprice batty?
It's got to be a caprice and something else. I presume it's probably a caprice batty.
I mean, if it's double caprice, right? You just rest one caprice, play the side
Yeah.
game. If you lose it, you
Well, there's a pull up on the table, so
Oh, right, yeah.
he's got to trash it. But if there's another caprice on the table, Alex still needs to win a bunch of side games just because of the because there are 2 caprice tokens on the table. So yeah, he's losing money from the toll booth, and I think he's thinking about using the pull up. I think you have to use it though.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't just risk it on side games. Yeah, so he's trying to use the pull up, but he's trying to trash the side instead. And it's going to be end of the run. Jonathan's going to end the run. Yep. I think he's going to have to go in again. 6 credits, and there's a batty.
Okay.
Batty's not dreadful because I think Alex can definitely get back in. Get back in.
Yeah, I think Alex has got this.
I think Alex
He
is going
loses
to be
the side game.
Yeah.
So what do you bet here?
I bet 0.
Bet 1. Okay.
Well, we're both wrong. Oh, he's firing the. That's actually quite clever. Instead of actually firing an end run, he's firing it to quick.
Oh, for quick. Oh my God,
That is actually.
Oh,
but he has one. He has one.
That's fine.
And that is an end run.
Okay, so basically Alex needs to win a side game.
And one more side game. So 6 credits.
Oh man.
This is a side game for the win.
I bet 0.
And Alex has not, but he can go in again.
This is why.
This is
why I'm not in the final. I would have bet 0 against Alex and lost again. So maybe I should stop playing pawn as I'm so bad at side games. What do you bet here? I bet 2.
Oh, and he's
Yep.
in. He's
God,
in. Oh my God, that is that feeling.
Is the worst. That feeling is just the worst. Right, and
And
so
it's gone.
This is Alex's game
This
now.
is. Yeah, with Tunis has gone, both foods in there. I don't think this is Jonathan's got to score 2 agendas.
Yeah, that's man. Yeah.
Alex has been a hell of a jammy bastard.
Wow. Yeah, that's just devastating.
I think
because like you say, without clones aren't people, this game is done.
Yeah.
Because he's only on 4 credits now as well. Okay,
And he's about to show Alex that he's gotten there's nothing in hand for him to score, and Alex can set up and get ready. It's looking very, very rough right now.
Why play the hedge fund? Why not sell another piece of ice?
I mean, it might just be that that's an Ashigari on R&D.
Okay, yeah.
Indeed, live by the side, die by the
Yeah,
side.
no, absolutely.
If you're on StimHack Slack, this is when you should be searching for exclamation mark side games, and you will see a very good example of live by the side, die by the side.
Yeah.
Featuring 2 players also in the top cut, Brendan Jackson and Laurie Poulter. So Laurie is playing Geist, and if he does well, we might get to see some of him on the stream.
So I don't think Swordsman does anything in the Haley matchup, right? 'Cause she doesn't run.
No, she runs. I think some Haley's run Atman. Yeah, that and extra fan site is just gravy now. You don't really need it, but it's nice.
Yeah, and it's devastating they picked that food out of R&D as well, right? I mean, with that gone, it's going to be so hard to come back from this.
Jackson is a baddie, but that's not really what Jonathan wants. He wants the agenda now, I think, because Alex has gone very low to actually score that. He's just selling the fan side.
Okay, so if you see a Caprice, do you install it on R&D here, or?
I don't know.
Do you try to?
I think your big out is still to draw past the lock with Jackson, so I think you just slam into it. It's an assassin, so this is.
Fine, David will come out.
Yeah, it's fine. There's nothing on the table he needs to get. He cares that much about. Like SMCs are disposable basically, and it depends how much he likes his hand. It seems like he does like his hand, so he's going for the SMC. For SMC for Dave for Claw. Oh, to install David from his hand. Also ticks up try to twice, which will help him get through that next time.
So what he's got? Yeah, I mean enough money. He's got money for days in the technical riders.
And that is
no.
That was a very early handshake, but
this is why we run food, folks, because everyone's got to steal 4. So.
That's why Cheeky No Charge was such a good deck back when Food Coach was a thing. Yeah, that was indeed a really good turn. It was very exciting. It's what we live. It's why we watch Netrunning, folks.
I mean, I think you gotta. I don't know lot of ice he has in hand, but I think you have to try to shore up R&D as much as possible here.
I think Alex, and now that Alex knows there's two cards where he has to find another agenda. Oh wow,
So
he's
installs
just
the
double
swordsman.
eyes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I agree. It might just be a big bluff because he needs to Alex to be a bit more cautious. But I think Alex just has so much stuff he can get in, and he's not going to be scared.
Yeah, at this stage, I mean, this is the last place you want to be with Haley, with
Yeah.
2 RDIs on the board and money for Jays, all the
I
solutions.
think Alex is digging for his third RNDI just to rub it in. Yeah, he can even afford to pay through the assassin traces now. Oh, and there's a hunting ground.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mostly for the tow booth and the remote. I'm not sure there's anything else that.
Toll booth,
that
and you can
Haley-
just sell it, like, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
If you're really desperate for money, you could turn 3 cards face down and sell
Yeah.
them. I mean, you can also use that to dig for stuff for your clone chips, but it's a bit of a stretch. It's not over yet. 60-10, but I think the clever money's on Alex White. I mean, to be fair, 20 minutes ago, I would have said the clever money's on Jonathan Lockhart after he scored the second essay.
yeah, I mean, this is why I think Alex made a really good play for trashing that agroplex, because
Yeah,
you
it
just
slowed
need to
him
slow
down,
down the
so-
draw. And this is why a lot of these more rushy Piranha lists run a one of fast track sometimes.
Yeah.
Because the last thing you want to do is just be sitting there waiting for food to show up, especially against Shaper, who just wants to set up, and they're taking so much advantage of that time.
So with food, do you tend to do you just tend to just leave the food in hand for a while, or
What if you have GFI?
yeah?
Well, I would. So if I had GFI in this instance, and I could score it, I would just go ahead and score it, right? Because they don't run turntable. The only time you're gonna try to score food last.
Would you fetch a GFI out with your fast track?
Not unless it's the winning agenda.
Right, and just leave it in hand. Or would you just go straight into the scoring remote? And because I'm not a great Piranha player, I'm definitely an NEH player. When I play Piranha at a regional, it all turned to ashes in my face.
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
And that's an RNDI.
So-
And Alex, pay for your goddamn RNDI.
Like yesterday, for instance, I installed GFI. I didn't fast track, but like I installed GFI that I had drawn on like click 1 in the remote and didn't advance it just because it's safer in hand. Sorry, it's safer in the remote rather than my hand because I had no ice.
Yeah, as Milan, you tend to do 2 remotes, right? You did 2 servers, 1 R&D, 1 R.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is a quadruple iced R&D, and Alex is just.
I mean, it sort of doesn't matter though, right? Because the amount of money he has on Tech Rider, he's never gonna
not gonna
tax
run
him
out,
out
yeah.
enough.
I mean,
It
and
is.
he's drawn through his deck.
I mean, he is in an extremely
Alex-
tough position though,
he's-
Jonathan, because he needs to simultaneously shore up R&D and get that remote
Yep.
back
So
online.
he's going straight into the R&D. That's an Eli, which is probably a click here, right?
Yeah, I think you just click
Yeah, I
it.
mean, the dog's in hand, but you don't need to. Yeah, that sounds like a click. That's a no res, and that's a Viper, break for 2.
Yeah, fine.
Whatever, bro. And David, you do the big trace thing.
Probably let one trace fire
You
use
let
the
I think
David.
you let the trash fire. Like you don't care about this stuff this much. And is Johnson's happy to vamp himself to trash something? Oh no, he's just getting the Atman at 5.
Atman 5. Okay,
That
so
works.
he is running Atman, so actually the swordsman's quite useful. And if that is swordsman behind the Eli, Jonathan was very smart not to res it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point raising a swordsman when there's but I don't think game's gonna last much
Yeah,
longer.
I think this is GG.
That is not an agenda. Not an agenda.
3,
That is a
4.
Caprice trashed, and that is game.
GG.
GG, and well done to Alexander White for winning. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back shortly. I don't actually know what's going on with the other tables, but that is it. Thank you very much. Are we live? Yes, please. Thank you, everybody, and good morning again. We are starting round 2 of the London Netrunner Regional Top 8 Double Elimination. So we have Brendan Jackson on the left and Laurie Poulter on the right. Yep. Yep. Let's start. Like, we probably can start. Yeah, we'll start. Guys, start! Start! Sorry. Cool. So Brendan's playing his Soul deck, which is actually one of the more interesting decks that has come out of the Neo Reading Grid meta recently. We are in the winners bracket, Explosive 6. Both Brendan and Laurie won their first games. This is interesting. I'm not really sure what Brendan's deck tried to do. I did deck check it last night, but I was very, very heavily asleep, and I probably wasn't very sensible about it. So, has Laurie just missed a Haley trigger? I think he's... Oh no, he's just deciding which one to drop. Okay, so he's deciding to go for the... the chronotype. So it's like the daily cast rather than the Proco. Not sure I completely agree with him. I think I would have probably preferred to drop the Proco now so I can start drawing for money. But he's in the cut and I'm not. On the other hand, I'm not actually playing, so, you know, I couldn't be in the cut anyway. Yep. This is why you should have dropped the Proco, you bastard. If you dropped the Proco, you would have 2 more creds out. And there's an NT on the table. Okay. Using players is fun.
That little sub card. Voices for every single card now, which would be awesome.
So Brendan hasn't iced anything up, but I think he knows Laurie's list, and he knows that Laurie isn't playing anything that will completely wreck him for not having a server built at this point. So yeah, no risk of siphon from a Haley Pitchfork. There's just absolutely no way Haley can afford to have tags. So he's on 4 credits. He'll probably to go for... Why is he doing this? I think he's just drawing 3 times. Oh, I think this might just be because the Tarmar that is just off screen was declared on Proco, and I think Laurie just wants to not give Brendan the money, which just makes a certain degree of sense. Though, on the other hand, I'm not sure gimping your own money in a game against someone playing Tarmar is a great idea either. I think you suck it up, take the 10 credit hit, and just... Yeah. Laurie's just ticking up slowly. I think you just go for the long run play, because in the long run, 1, we're all dead, and but 2, more importantly, the Proco will get you will get you far more money. If you, as Haley, draw around 20 times, which you will do over the course of the game, that Proco has made you 15 credits. It has given the Corp 10, but you're still coming out ahead. I mean, the other reason Laurie could be doing this is he could be trying to make Brendan's Tarmar stick on the Proco and allow him to install other things. So it's actually quite interesting that Laurie is running a slightly different version of the list he ran at Swansea. So the most interestingly, there goes the Proco. I think it's just the spare one. It's mostly because he is now running 1 copy of Levy and a copy of... Oh dear, that's not good. So Laurie has... Brendan has scored a breaking news. He's not sure what he's choosing. He's choosing to trash daily. He's also using I to trash the daily cast and the Street Peddler. Street Peddler here is actually a really cool idea. I quite like it. It allows you to install any sort of things at instant speed, so it's good to be able to just drop a clone chip off a peddler, get an RDI on the table when you're running R&D, for example. And yes, Paul, that is also a reason not to play Proco, but hey.
If by hypermatter means KNC, no, we don't KNC.
This is actually... See the timer issue. He needs. Yeah, if you were scoring as a corp and trying to trigger timer, trying to trigger Soul's ability, if there is no timer in the bin, you cannot trigger. Or in the hand, you can't trigger it because the timer doesn't. The timer in play doesn't leave play when you score an agenda as a corp, especially when the runner does it. And there goes the Astro Train. Choo choo. So Brendan's not heavily on the Astro Train. I think he does have. He has all 3 Astros obviously, but he's. I don't think he's. As far as I remember, I'm not sure he's running Beals. I think he's probably running with that. Actually, ignore me. He was running Beals. Good. What can I say? It was 1 o'clock when I looked at the deck lists. This is the winner's semi-final, Simon. Kenny. Sorry. And Laurie's just going to go for the R&D poke and try the R&D lock. That is an EOI, and that is a pad. It's not looking great for Laurie, I think, and he hasn't got the clot threat on the table yet. He hasn't seen an SMC, and he hasn't seen his artist colony, his one singleton artist colony. So I think this deck is a lot weaker against standard NB against NBN decks with EOI and with Fast Advance compared to the list he was running in Swansea last week. If you're interested in looking at the list he was running in Swansea last week, you can go to stimhack.com and click on tournament winning deck list and look for the one which Laurie Poulter won in Swansea. So here's Brendan just icing up, and that's I think completely correct play. You do not want to lose off random access on R&D when the fast advance train is going. And Brendan looking at SatCon. I mean, now the clot threat is on, because if Laurie has a clot in hand, and he can install an SMC from the bin and clot from hand, but he's also going to be on 0 credits, which is not ideal. So Brendan's just drawing. I think right now Brendan just wants to get his agendas, he wants to score them, while he still has his massive scoring window open. Okay. Lowe's keeps drawing. Yeah, the caches are not great when you are running, when you don't actually have ace up. So Laurie is using cash as a money engine. Scavenge as a money engine, which is generally a sign of desperate times. Oh yes, I am very sorry. There are indeed no size in the bin. No SMCs in the bin. So he needs 4 to threaten the clot right now. Which he does have. But he's also really, really, really poor. And I'm not sure that he can get past what Brendan's ice is. I think that's a blue level. Quite frankly, as Laurie, I'd be thinking of ditching the clot right now, just because it allows you to threaten the clot for cheaper. Yeah, he's just ticking up the money. think Brendan has enough ice in hand as well to be able to threaten to score out behind this thing. Behind the Sansan, so it's all advance. Oh, that is a back breaking. If that's another all-seeing eye, Laurie's in trouble. A closer count would also not be very good here. Yep. Laurie is in quite a bit of a pickle. But then again, we did think Alex was in a bit of a bad spot. And he came back to win. So, random accesses can do a lot for you in that runner. He has found another ace up though, which is good for him, and he just clicks with 2. So Jackson to draw. Yeah, no, Brendan's a great pilot, and he's picked a deck that has turned out to work pretty well against some people in tournament so far. So well done to him. Yay, Soul. Yep, he's got his ace up out. It's going to sell the cash. His money engine's coming back online, which might potentially get Laurie back in the game. The big problem for Laurie is that Soul will run 3x news hands, which is probably one of the hardest ices for Shaper to deal with. Mostly because in a data suckerless environment, you have to stick at minute 4 to get past a news hand with an end run subroutine. Yeah, surprisingly enough, 60-10. There was not much asset NEH at the tournament. I think NEH was the second most played faction, and there's one asset NEH in the top 8. So I think many of the good players had shied away from it. I think both Laurie and Alex, who are both national champions of different countries, are on Industrial Genomics. Brendan Jackson, who's top 4 British Nationals in 2014, is on the Soul deck, obviously. Seamus McLeod, who won the regional up in Scotland, is on Argus. And there are 3 Palanas: David Rogers, Jonathan Lockhart, and Sampei. So 5 Shinteki, 2 NBN, and 1 Wayland. Hashtag poor HBETF. New Sound is only NBN strong dice when you can be guaranteed to have a thingy on the table. Yeah, so this is Brendan just going for it in terms of so yep, the food goes into the server. If Laurie doesn't check, he's in a bit of a trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, and Laurie is going to have some money. He's going to have 8 credits, but I'm not sure 8 credits is going to be enough to get into that server. Especially since he has no breakers installed except for Inti. Yeah, playing a never advanced game is really good here. I think the big danger that Laurie is facing is that is a food and not a second Astro, and we did have a quick glimpse at a food in Brendan's hand, though we aren't 100% sure if it's... So David's coming down, Laurie's running. I think he has to hope like hell that's not a goddamn news hound, because the news hound will keep him out. He's running to R&D. Seeing 2 cards, which is breaking news that he steals. Second card. That's a food that he steals. That is 2 good accesses from Laurie, but I just don't think this is enough. Right, so that is one of the other currents Brendan could be running. That is a payroll implementation. It's great against decks like Crim that just love to run, or decks have already completely set up. So I think Laurie has 2 more clicks, and if he doesn't get into that remote, I think it's game. It does, however, depend quite heavily on what sort of ice is in Brendan's remote. So Laurie goes to run in archives. I don't think Brendan's throwing any agendas away. He hasn't seen any agendas. I don't think... Oh, I will go tell them to reset the timer. Brendan, did you set the timer when... It's always going to be on Proco, okay. So Brendan has reliably informed me that the timer always had and always will be on professional contact, which is probably why Laurie ditched it. So yeah, Laurie's playing to his outs, and he is showing that he is out. Well done to Brendan for making the top 4. He will be receiving a very nice Polana ID. Laurie is in the losers bracket. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll give you an update on when the next feature match will be. I haven't been keeping track of the other tables. Thank you. Thanks, Lexi.
Seamus.
No, I just can't read them.
Are we live?
Is that yes or no?
Well, we're live, right?
We're live.
Hello, and welcome to round 3 of the double elimination. I'm Tagore, I'm the TO, and with me we have...
I'm Jonathan. Hi. I bombed out in the last round. Nice to meet you.
Just say that. So, you obviously play with Seamus quite a lot. Can you tell me about his deck, please?
Yeah, so Seamus is one of our local players. I've played against him so many times, and this is a really nasty Argus deck. It's a rush deck, so his objective is to score really, really quickly, of course, and with the threat of Scorch, so super modernism, classic.
Yep, there goes a hostile.
So he tends to ice HQ more than R&D. He tends to leave it open and rely on snares and the Argus ability to protect that.
Sure.
And protect HQ even though Haley's not playing Siphon, and score really quickly. So scoring a hostile on the first couple of turns is kind of a normal thing he would do. Haley seems to be getting set up kind of slowly-ish.
I mean, so what would you think of the matchup? Because Haley's obviously quite a slow deck, which is probably goes into Seamus' game plan. But on the other hand, Haley does have a lot of search effects that allows him to allow her to just vomit out a breaker of the appropriate type in the middle of a run.
I think it entirely depends upon the Haley start. I think the Argus is probably a little bit favoured.
Wow. Whoosh.
Yeah, boom, boom indeed. If the Haley gets an early SMC, I don't know how many SMCs Alex is running in his deck, but an early SMC is what he really wants to see.
I think checked on the list yesterday he was running 2, which I think is a mistake, but oh well.
Yeah. On the other hand, he does now have Artist Colony and 2 fan sites, which is just as good. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I don't know if you're in Flash Screen either. I didn't see.
Alex is, I believe, running one Flash Screen.
One Flash Screen. Looks like he's wisely ditched Proco there. That's not going to
Yeah,
be.
it's just too much of a tempo here in this matchup, I think.
And it's far too late to get Sea Scorched. I mean, you probably wouldn't do that, but maybe. Not Sea Scorched, Sea Trashed.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit. Ooh, okay, it's a bit dicey for Seamus just because it's only Sea Source in the deck, so that so unless he gets a Jack, one of his 2 Jacksons, he's turned off that Sea Scorch plan, surely. Unless Alex unwisely keeps tags. So yeah, Mother Goddess. This is just Atman at 4, isn't it?
He does have Atman. What's that? 4, 5, 6, 7. He can't
No,
afford to get through.
not yet. But like he can get it. He can click for credit, and come back in.
This is click 2? Yeah.
Yeah. But then he's taking me. Not too bad. I mean, it's better than taking a tag at this.
Yeah. So I'm splitting whether that's geothermal or this. So the deck runs 3 Purged Atlas, because that's a good whale into agenda.
Yep.
3 Octane Renovations. I think 2 geothermal fracking and 3 hostile takeover. So given Seamus is pretty well set up of money, that's more likely than not going to be an Atlas with a token.
Oh,
Trying
yes.
to score that out.
Yeah,
Oh, he had bad pub,
he had
of
bad
course.
pub, of course. Yes. I couldn't see them. It's very small. And he gets cash just for extra money. I hate Alex's dice, but we're too small. Ooh, that is an Atlas. That is nice.
And some film critic as well, so Turn to Argus. I don't know about film critic. I mean, people say it's great, it's Turn to Argus totally, but in this deck, the 2 clicks spent taking it off is
it's
a
just,
big deal.
It's just as bad as like spending 2 credits, a click and 2 credits to clear a tag.
Okay, it's looking pretty dicey for Seamus now. Ideally, at this point, he'd be on 4 points with a remote that's more than a Mother Goddess.
Wow, this is 4 turns in.
Yeah.
He has to go fast, doesn't he? So, I mean, that could be anything. I mean, but the funny option would obviously be to put a swordsman in front of it and trash the Atman. But
As to watching the thing, it's basically 2 things. It's basically snare or not snare.
okay, Alex does have a Proco, it's just off screen. That's why he did the other Proco.
Right, okay. The Scorch is probably off unless Alex makes some kind of horrendous money
mean,
sink.
with a fan side on the table and the ability to just get plus greet at instant speed is just not viable, I think. That's a profiteering.
That's a change. I've not seen him play that. That slot used to be a posted bounty, in fact, which I forgot when I rattled through his list of agendas.
Ha.
Okay, Scorch is back on.
I don't know. I mean, Alex has to be silly. He has to drop below 3 cards, below 4 cards to get Scorch. Because he does still have it.
Does he have Plash Crease in his deck?
I believe he was not silly enough to drop Plasquid, yeah.
Okay, so with 5 bad pub, nothing getting taxed, and yeah, Artist Colony is going to install things for very cheap.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep drawing. Yeah, there's his Plasquid, so.
With that Plash in hand.
I think you don't drop it. I think you just wait till Seamus C sources you, and then you just surprise it with. Well, he's installing. I mean, the reason I don't like installing Plasquid when you can install it with the speed is mostly because of running into Seamus's.
Shadow Remains.
Yeah, Shadow Remains.
One of Shadow Remains. Yeah. And given he knows it's fairly likely he's got Plash in his deck, the threat of it is often enough. Like how you can bluff Clot against Fast Advance.
You can bluff Plasquid.
You can bluff Flash against
Until they
Argus.
kill you, and then you just, oh, crap.
We've got a player in our meta who's infamous for always having Flash in hand. Shout out to Taff.
Unfortunately, Alien Toy Shop, Seamus was not running a Power Grid Overload.
He does not have Power Grid Overload.
I checked his deck last night. He does not have Power Grid Overload. I would have come up as a what the hell is he doing in this deck kind of card. No, he does not have Power Grid Overload. Wait, what?
He doesn't have Power Grid
He does
Overload.
not have Power Grid Overload.
There's no way that you can. For that to work, you'd have to have the money to Power Grid Overload them and then see Scorch, which is the deck's
You have
rich,
to do
but it's
it
not
twice.
that rich.
Yeah. Which game did he use it in yesterday?
There were
multiple Waylands on the stream, I believe.
there are 10 Argus, incredibly, at the tournament, so it might have been one of the other
in
ones.
round 1, Donald Bowden was running Argus as well, and I do believe he was running a Power Grid Overload.
Again, so at this point,
Yep.
with Haley being pretty set up for all the breakers, I mean,
And with the Plasquid out.
yeah,
it
all,
doesn't look
all,
great.
all the ice is basically gear check ice.
Yeah.
It's not going to tax him at all. Once he gets the breakers out, he can get through.
Yeah.
So I think Seamus' bet at the moment is this a snare or is it not a snare?
Yeah. And just hope Alex White makes a mistake.
Yeah. He's on 3 points. He could very easily never advance 2 Atlases out.
With that. But keep in mind that one of the Atlases is in Alex's on Alex's film critic, which does make it a lot harder to.
You've got to find both of those right.
Yeah. I think it's probably a lot easier for Alex to see 3 agendas before 3 more agendas before it is for Seamus to.
And looks like that's not an agenda in the remote.
No.
Or Ajax.
I'm trying to look at his hand, and it seems to be full of cyber decks and ice and money. The cyber deck he's trying to push bluff down, I think.
I'm not sure about this. I think Alex has played it to Seamus' deck a fair amount, or must at least have seen it on some site.
Well, I mean, Alex credits him being very good against Wayland because he plays Don Bowden a lot, and Don Bowden only plays Wayland. So he was a guy we saw on stream the first round. Oh, there goes the Atlas plant. Don Bowden was the guy that we saw on stream yesterday in round 1. And, this is a bit rough for Seamus because he just got back from beating a Jesminder deck, which sort of turns out his his idea ability.
Yeah, this deck is pretty well positioned against like Wizard in particular.
Yeah.
Because it rushed out really fast.
Yeah.
But not so much against Criminal or any kind of Siphon deck. Siphon Jesminder being the deck he just played.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Seamus has posted this list. People do know he is not a mid-seasons person like myself. His influence has been spent on 3 snares, a casting call, 3 Jacksons,
2 Jacksons.
Two Jacksons, two Seasource, and two Swordsmen? Yeah, something.
I think there's
two Swordsmen and a wraparound, I think.
Yeah, there's only one. I believe there's only one sea source. The plan is to find it with an atlas if you need to.
Yeah. So two on Seasource, not two Seasource.
Yeah.
And, well, that's a hostile. There's all three hostiles gone.
Okay. I guess the secondary play is to. It's difficult to Haley, but if you drag him through an archer a bunch of times, because Seamus is still going to need to score 2 more agendas regardless. He doesn't have 3 pointers in the deck, so that hostile has to be for money, preventing Alex from stealing it and raising an archer at some point.
Yeah, but raising an archer also slows down Seamus and means he needs to get another agenda out, and I think he's out of 1 pointers at this point.
Yeah, and the thing about Haley, she can recur that David so many times.
Yeah. And if she's really desperate, she can admin at 6.
Yeah, well, the admin is already out, but
Yeah, the admin's already out.
scavenge
Yeah,
the
she can
admin.
salvage the admin, put it at 6, and bust through the archer. Because if Seamus presses anything that is not a sentry, the dog and the Psy on the remote will also deal with the Mother Goddess.
Yeah.
Well, Seamus doesn't agree with you, Caleb. He thinks that Crim's the worst matchup just because it puts so much central pressure on.
The worst matchup, like going to ridiculous extremes, is Siphon Valencia with blackmail. Siphon and Keyhole just totally turns it off. Any kind of like Siphon, Keyhole, DDoS deck turns it off. Criminal is really good against it. It's really good against like normal anarchs like Dumblefork or like regular breakers.
Yeah.
And it's sort of so against Shaper. It very much depends on the start on both sides.
It's also good against noise, right? Because it stops noise's big strategy of just glory running archives.
Yeah,
if you hit two or more agendas, you can get in serious trouble with that.
Yeah. Here's the big running notes.
Swordsman, that's Fetch a Mimic, right?
I don't think.
Oh
much
no,
about
he's
Chameleon.
Chameleon, yeah. Though I don't think it's in the bin.
Maybe it's in hand.
think
Haley can do stuff. Ooh, it
he's
fires.
taking the trash. Wow.
I guess he doesn't need that many anymore because.
Wow. No, he still needs the Atman because otherwise he can't break the.
But of course, because his Sentry Breaker is.
He's got clone chip, so he can get the Atman back out.
There's the Archer.
Hello.
So for Seamus's sake, I hope this is a snare.
Yep, there comes
Otherwise,
the-
he's in real trouble. Yeah,
He's
with all
got
the bad,
so much bad
with all the bad
public.
pub, you're not taxing him out with anything. And it is a snare indeed.
Ooh.
Alex has lost the snares not snare game.
Beal or not Beal game. Unfortunately, you're doing it off screen, otherwise it would be. So a bunch of Scavenge. Scavenge is not a card that Alex wants to see go.
And there's the Cyberdex. I think must have expected that. The only other upgrade to run is Christian Grid and doesn't care about time
Yeah,
levels.
and the Cyberdex doesn't do anything now just because all the hostiles are out, so the fast advance game is out.
Yeah. I don't agree that pillaging R&D is the way to go. I think at this point, one of the ways that Alex could lose is getting unlucky hitting 2 snares in a row. So you're really just going to camp the remote and take single accesses of R&D.
What is Alex fetching the community? Oh, he's just fetching it to bring it in hand. Alright, I'm just going to...
Oh, cool. And that looks like an Oak 10 for Seamus, which is not really what he wants to draw at the moment. Since Alex can get in the remote pretty much whenever he wants, all you can kind of rely on is bluffing stuff out. Oak 10's one of those grand agendas, great at the start. In fact, his ideal first turn is install Enigma, the best piece of Wayland dice, install Oaktown, advance Oaktown. But late in the game, when you really want to kind of never advance an Atlas or a Snare, not so great.
Losing that Scavenge is actually really bad for Alex, especially because one, he's not running Levy, and two, he's now going to have trouble getting through that Archer.
I did see he doesn't have another Scavenge in hand. I can see as he flicks through quickly. But yeah, there's only so many times he can get through that Archer without getting at minute 6. And if Seamus doesn't raise any other ice, there's the only way he can get through the Mother Goddess is with admin at 4.
Yeah. Hey, if he sneaks out another Atman, he's fine, right? Sneaks another Atman into his deck, he'll win the game, then get DQ'd from the tournament. The Palana in the middle between them is the stakes. The winner gets Palana. Both of them actually do already have Palana. Seamus because he won one, Alex because he is a absolute fucking scrounger and he was given one.
Man, I really hope Sheamus wins this because then he'll give me the Polana.
As a fracking
Ooh,
in the
fracking
bin.
in the bin. Cheeky Sheamus.
Very cheeky. That's Alex is being very cautious here, but I think it's right. Like, he is
right, yeah.
very close to winning the game, and
He
doesn't
still
listen.
doesn't have that much left in his deck, so I think the only way he can lose this game. I think the only way Alex can lose this game is by making a big mistake. So I think that's reasonable, being cautious.
I'm not sure why Alex just put it on a film credit and clicked it right off when he could have just
Taking the tag.
taken the tag and cleared it up.
You taking scores to go?
Not yet.
There's a snare. I guess we won't speak too loud in case they hear us, but they're probably, yeah. So. And there it goes.
Yeah, as Alex, you just let this slip, right? I mean, it could be the last Atlas, but it's not going to have any counters on it.
Yeah.
But
And because the only way Sheamus can win this game is by putting something in a moat and advancing it. The right play by Alex is probably just to single Axis R&D continuously.
yeah, because all the one pointers are actually gone except for the Atlas, and the other agendas are in his deck are either frackings, which require 2 advancements, or Oaktown, which you have to install face up.
Yeah. We're talking. When you were wondering off that I was talking about Oaktown is not what he wants to draw at the moment.
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
never going to score one of those unless he, manages to deck Alex out somehow. I mean, he's only got what I could say 3 cards left in his R&D. 3 cards left in his stack.
Yeah.
So the snare game is sort of on.
I think Alex. I mean, in this case, I actually might say I'd rather. Wow, he's just over-installing things.
Yeah.
Ooh, there we go.
Okay, so
So Alex knows that this is. No, he doesn't, because it could be. It could
be
the
Shattered
the
Remains, and I think that his cry of despair thinks he has realised that.
So here comes another of the Wayland players, Don Bowden. Say hi.
Hi.
So whose team are you on, Don?
This is really hard. It's like Crisis of Faith for me. So I really want August to win.
Oh, he's got more than 3 left in his stack. I can't say how many, but
Alright.
doesn't look like
August
that
is
many.
winning, though.
Well,
It's what,
Argus is on 3 points, I think,
Okay.
and Alex is on 6. But Alex is almost empty, and he's not running Levy.
Alright.
There's only so many times you can scavenge that, David.
He's also lost scavenge to a meat, I think. No, net from the.
Yeah, so he's got 1 scavenging hand, I see. I'm not sure when he's running in the deck. 3 would probably be overkill. 2 seems like the normal amount in Haley.
I like
And
my 3, but
There's the.
there we go.
So if you're in this position as Sheamus, I keep saying that as Sheamus, would you sack another 1 pointer to raise another archer?
Ooh, it's tricky. I mean, it lets you score this, and it means that it's very unlikely someone's going to get it. It's a Grim.
Man, that's a grim.
That is Grim.
We make that joke all the time.
I think you just let it trash. You just let it trash it.
Ooh, there was David. And of course, Chameleon breaks the swordsman.
I think you hit the archer, you let everything trash, and you have a clone chip back to get the admin back out.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I mean, assuming this isn't roused.
I think
might be something.
the only it must be another archer. This he wouldn't res. He'd instantly not res anything else, and he wouldn't consider
Yeah.
anything else. I mean, he's got Cyber Cipher and Lady out, and the only barriers he's got are things like Ice Wall, Muramati, because that's sort of an okay whaling dice.
Yep. So this is well, no, he's declined the resident because Alex is now trying to break the archer behind it.
Ooh, so he must have broken the end of the run
So he's
and
break end the run.
let 2 trash fire. So at this point, if that's an agenda, James is lost. But if it's the
This is the chat rem.
you would probably
Seamus?
trash David and Atman.
Yeah. I'm not sure that he can actually see Scorch anymore because I think Alex has just got way too many creds. I think Alex has approximately 27 and Seamus only has 26.
So it looks like
But he does have to get the admin back out.
So it looks like he's broken one of the trash programs and one end of the run. That's smart, so he can
Yeah.
scavenge the David more
Think so.
easily.
Sure. Makes sense. Well, no, but that's.
Moment of truth. It is the Shattered Remains! Woo, baby!
Woo, baby, indeed.
So what do you trash a Seamus here?
I think you trashed the shit. Plascrete.
I mean,
It's gotta be the Plascrete, right?
you could, but is the kill off? Maybe you could trash Astrolabe to make him Nix a breaker. Maybe.
Maybe, and you do know that Alex is down one breaker.
Yeah.
Alex is down all. Other two Astros are both in the bin.
How many clone chips have we got in the bin? I see at least 2. I'm not sure.
There's 2. Yeah, there's one in the deck. No, Plasquid. He's going for the
There
kill.
was the Plasquid.
Yeah.
So it's 23 credits to 25, so he doesn't have quite enough.
24. 24.
25 now, okay. So 25
now,
piece. So I think the magic number is 6 more credits to because Haley doesn't have a link. So
To be perfectly fair, I don't think Alex can get back in. Unless he gets a clone chip and a card to trash the. He has a chameleon, so that's probably fine. But I don't. He doesn't have any scavenge. I don't think Alex can get back in.
He's got a scavenge in the deck. Or did he just already scavenge the
No,
deck?
he already scavenged David, and there's a scavenge in the bin that was lost to the early swordsman. So I think Alex is only on 2 scavengers. So I think Seamus might actually have a completely secure scoring remote.
Okay.
The problem is obviously he can still lose the R&D.
R&D is open, and I saw I think at least 2 Oaktown renovations in HQ.
I think this is what Seamus is looking at. Seamus is trying to see if he can install the Oaktown safely. Well, it's nice that he's only dead it's nice that it's only dead Trojan Rabbit if that card is not a code gate.
If it's a code gate, it will be Enigma, I guess.
Probably, yeah.
The best whale in code gate. Sorry, yeah.
West Whalen code gate.
Straight from Seamus's mouth. Enigma is the best whaling piece of ice. I guess Wormhole's alright, but it's kind of expensive, and David is the thing as well.
Seamus only runs 3 Enigma. And Mother Goddess, it becomes a code gate at some point. So yeah, so Alex is going for the R&D dig.
And there we go. There's the Enigma.
And he can't break because I think he put that on Sentry. Yeah, I think he did.
And Sai is on the remote, of course. So
HQ.
going from hand.
Oh!
Yeah, that's the problem.
I think Seamus there should have just jammed the thing in the remote and just hope he didn't get in.
Oh. That was a close game.
That was a very, very close game. Yeah, no la in Alex's deck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And yeah, I'll go run King Service. What?
What's the price for top 4?
Alexi can answer that.
Hey,
Did you feel that push?
oh yeah. Hey, let me just take that back.
I don't know. I mean, because you were organising it, I don't remember exactly what it was.
Hey, you've still got the name on it.
Sure.
The double-sided promo.
Yeah, I've already handed out a double-sided promo. Okay, woke. Is this live? Oh, it is live. Oh, hi. I'm Tagore. I'm back. With me is
Seamus is here also.
yeah. So can you tell me more about yourself, Seamus?
What, like what I'm wearing, or?
Yeah, or you know.
Oh, okay, sure. So I'm wearing a white shirt with red paisley design on it. It's very nice.
Yeah, they can start.
Yeah, you can start.
You can start. The time doesn't matter for this though. You need to start the clock.
Yeah, no, it's on.
Brendan, come join us. So with me is Seamus McLeod, who is the current Scottish Regional Champion.
Hello.
And Brendan Jackson, who is the winner of the winners bracket.
Hi guys.
Oh, you're undefeated so far.
So far.
Nice.
Yeah. I think you came in at third into the cut,
Yep, that's right.
and you've. Ooh, it's a good start from Laurie.
So that's what Laurie wants.
Yeah.
Did you just take a credit to be able to Haley that?
Yeah. I mean, you do it though. I think. I
Well,
think
it saves you a.
It makes no
it
difference.
makes very little difference. Yeah. I do it. It's fun. Oh, that is amazing.
I mean, is it even relevant though? Like,
You
what
need
game
the.
do you have?
You do need the money to actually trash things.
You need money to, you need to just take what shots you've got.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, I don't think this matchup is good for Laurie in any way, shape, or form.
No, I think
So,
we're all agreed on that.
I think Laurie and Alex would both say that they believe that Haley decks, they're playing very similar decks. They're good against the whole field, very strong against the whole field, except this one.
Yeah.
And ironically, they're both running IG.
Because they're both bastards.
So that was the future perfect going back into R&D. So
Yeah, you
HQ is
know.
going to be almost certainly clean from now on. Going to Mumbat out the temples, presumably.
So what would you actually trash in this case as Laurie? Would you actually trash the Mumba Temple just to slow Alex down?
Depends on the money, but I mean, Haley doesn't run particularly rich, and you can't go installing all your stuff, which is how she gets rich.
Yeah.
Because you need your cards.
It's borderline you just let Alex set up here, isn't it?
And did you just...
I honestly, like, my unsuccessful approach against Laurie's IG deck, which is, if not card for card the same, it's definitely doing the same thing, was get points and then just try and retain enough money and cards in hand to trash the kill pieces and wait out the clock. And that did not work.
I think the other
Failed to Moby.
Yeah, you just... Or you can just hammer R&D and hope to get lucky. Because you do have...
Well,
critic.
sure, but they drop down 2 hives on there and you're done.
Sure.
So what? So
But before you get the hive, because they can't actually search up the hives.
Sure.
Laurie has an RDI here. Should he be installing that and hitting R&D?
I would.
Oh, boom. There we go.
There we go.
Because does this deck even run snare anymore?
I've
No,
managed out it.
no. Alex's version does not run snare. Laurie's version does not run snare. I think they both know. They've
Correct.
tested each
That's
other.
super
And
static. Neither is good.
neither is... Well...
I mean, neither are like impending kill pieces.
Yeah, and I don't think Alex would even bother staticking against Laurie, because I don't think Laurie will be busy using his ability. I mean, it helps compress a few clicks, but it's not devastating in the same way.
I feel like if Alex drew it when he had his money rolling, then why not? But at this stage where you're on 2 credits...
He's about to get his money rolling.
Well, he's about to get his Mumba credits rolling,
yeah,
which is rezzing stuff, but it's not the same as...
There's actually...
You can't pay for side games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here comes the museums.
So, I mean, Alex must be prioritizing... Yeah, there we go. Exactly. I was going to say prioritizing getting ice on R&D.
R&D.
Because that's the only place the agendas are going to be for any length of time. And is Laurie's only out.
That's where he's going to lose.
So Laurie does have hunting grounds, and that's Kamainu on R&D, but he needs to find it, and he's not going to be able to get fan sites for tutoring because Alex will never score.
Yeah.
So, best of luck with that.
Because any install advance is basically a giant red flag saying, run me, I'm an agenda.
Although Laurie's running Ronin.
Sure, that too. It's run me, I'm an agenda, or I'm Ronin, run me, trash me.
Yeah, but I don't know that. Is Alex running Ronin?
Alex is running one Ronin,
Oh, okay.
yes.
I didn't realize these decks bothered with the Ronin.
I think it's to avoid the waiting out the clock build.
Yeah, and I think it's because sometimes if the
All the feedback filter, Andy.
Yeah, and sometimes the
Surely feedback filter Andy still has enough money.
sometimes the bioethics
Probably.
things are can knock
Oh,
the one
is
down
that hunting
enough, and
grounds?
it's so
Hunting
hard enough
grounds
to
in
trash.
hand?
That's very good against Kaminu.
Oh
That's
no, it's not. He's got a Natch.
Natch was because Laurie was actually quite paranoid about Sync, I think.
I was
Yeah.
considering running Natch.
So
in
he
my-
He
was-
didn't draw that against me. He must be quite sad.
Well, oops, now you know, Scouter. Side. Oh, just to prevent the quick fires.
I don't know how much I care about quick firing against IG.
There's usually nothing there, to be honest.
Right. If you're not wizard, does crit
Yeah.
matter?
Yeah.
So, do you think Laurie should have hit R&D this turn? Make him. Or is,
You
No,
know that-
not
the hive
not
with
when
me?
there's a not when you're pretty sure that's a Kamainu.
Yeah, it's such a tempo hit, and you're seeing two
Sure.
cards.
what does Laurie have for Kaminu? Does he just
Hunting
hunting
grounds.
grounds?
He's
Primarily
hunting grounds
and
primarily
chameleon.
and the chameleon, which is
But if Laurie stacks 2 Kaminus,
Yeah.
that's
So
game over for
then
hunting
you
grounds.
well, you could
yeah,
also
you
install
can,
an Atman
you
at
can,
two,
you can,
potentially.
One.
It's one.
Sorry, yeah.
You don't play Shaper, do you, Seamus?
I don't play Atman. You don't
but-
need Atman when you turn everything into a code gate.
That's true. Yeah, those sync decks are solid.
We don't work here. We're just commentating on this. You want to talk to the guys at the front.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That was Tagore being unhelpful to some customers of Darksphere.
Well, I don't work here. That's not. If I started selling things, I'd probably get in trouble with Alexi. Also,
Are you drawing
it's
up
work. You know, I have a day job.
So how many accesses has Laurie had this game? 2?
Yeah.
Should he have been hitting HQ?
Nah,
Like,
there's
Alex
not.
being playing Heritage Committee
there won't
is
be
so
any-
unlikely. You're much better trying to get a...
I think there were.
Sometimes you leave 1 in HQ, right?
Sorry?
I mean, I guess R&D's looking so defended now. Why would you bother?
Oh no, it's fine.
So I think you need to set up for being able to pressure R&D, and that requires getting money, and it requires finding your chameleon or your hunting grounds.
Yeah.
And
When you know.
you've got Lady as well, which is rubbish against Hive. I suppose you've got Scavenge and Haley. So it's
Yeah,
not
but I suppose
so
what you need is you need to get the Atman out of 3, I think, just to be able to get through. But
I
that's
guess,
just-
but it's still 5 credits.
I know.
The deck doesn't run particularly rich.
Yeah, but you go 3 RDI and you just run and hope.
Sure.
I think Ben actually has a good matchup against these guys, mostly because he has 1 notoriety, which means he only has to see 3 agendas,
What a boon.
or 2 future perfects,
Yeah, no, sure.
which is nice. Like he won against Alex White last round because on the back of that notoriety.
Oh, I wish I'd seen that play.
That was pretty epic. It was a siphon, run R&D, run archives, and Alex just conceded at that point because no towards in the bin and same old thing on
Nice.
the table.
Yeah, I need to remind myself to thank Ben for putting Alex White in my path. Real solid he did me.
I think you should also.
Ooh, did Laurie just sell the Astrolabe?
There's no point. You don't need the mem.
No, but
And
the free draw is
sure, the
useful
free
when
draws
you're
are
setting up
useful,
the kill.
but he's got another in hand. Like
Yeah,
as
it's-
Haley,
it's
you can
like
afford
the
to do it.
Half-click install thing.
So this certainly isn't going slowly. All
No,
boards set up. There's no
Alex-
contestant from
Alex
Laurie.
is getting ready to murder.
All waiting for the runs, I guess, on R&D and see if they yield anything.
I mean, you're still so far away from that, though. You've done 2 credits.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you run R&D once, you don't see anything. And then you've got no credits to trash anything.
But it's not like Laurie's had any to trash anything anyway.
Well, indeed.
Right, so Biofix now, so Laurie's tempo's even stalled even more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got 3 cards face down in archives.
Yep. And there's
Well, shuffling
So
one.
happy.
Boom! A delicious looking ice cream has entered the booth.
With a very happy owner of that ice cream.
Yeah, no, it wasn't, levitating. See, this is why I thought I might not jump in the commentary yet. I have so little to say about these IG matchups.
I mean, I like. To
think-
be honest, I haven't played IG either, but I have played against it 3 times.
Is the reason James didn't come today because he didn't want to commentate multiple IG games?
No,
so
the real reason is the trains have been really
okay,
shit
right,
between Oxford and London. So so Reading and London. So he's planning to take the line to Waterloo, but that line's out for some reason.
I mean, like, what are...
What
The way this deck makes money is by having tech writers tick and by installing and stuff and selling
Yeah, but
it.
you
And
can't
just,
afford
you
to
can't
do
do that.
Oh god.
There we go.
There we go. The lock is next. The lock's starting.
So I don't know. Should we explain these things for if there's people watching who aren't as familiar with this monstrosity?
Yeah.
So the genetic pavilion prevents Laurie from drawing more than 2 cards per turn, and Alex is going to attempt to get 3 bioethics associations installed and rezzed, and they do a net damage at the start of each of Alex's turns. So that is very simple maths. -3, you can only go up to.
So
and then you die.
eventually he will die.
And if you try and trash any of those pieces,
You
which
take
are all
damage from
expensive-
hostile infrastructure.
Yeah.
And then the museums bring it right back.
Yay!
Yay! Netrunner is fun, boys. I can't see what Laurie installed, but it doesn't look
I
like,
think I saw a tech writer and something, maybe a satcom.
because it definitely
If you
does.
install a satcom, I guess you just sell it.
Yeah, well, it definitely does not look like the card he needs, which is Hunting Grounds, to run that R&D safely.
Yeah, I mean even then though he's got
That's so dismissive. That could actually be a game loss, just chucking cards around the people.
Alex chucks my cards around. I'm going to say something to him.
No respect. That's Alex White's favorite phase. Whenever someone checks it face down, it's like, no respect.
what?
Every time someone checks his face down when he's playing any EH, he screams no respect.
Oh,
Implying that that opponent thinks so lowly of Alex White that that Alex White would sneak an agenda out
I see.
naked.
Okay.
Still no agendas in hand, I think. And yep, he's icing up archives just
Right,
to.
he's got Jackson on the table, so you just chuck agendas in there.
Yeah, there's
There's a play that I've always wanted to do that I don't think, certainly I don't think Laurie's deck will be rich enough, is do the surprise pull-up install off HQ when they've been Jacksoning loads and just see if you win.
Sometimes there's 2 Jacksons on the table.
Yeah,
so
especially as
often
RG.
you don't.
Yeah.
And you
But
can't
I think I saw
afford to
another one in
check
Alex's hand, so... to be clear, I'm not saying that's a good play.
No.
I'm just saying that from the perspective of a shaper playing IG, you have limited options.
Yeah. Band is sick filth, please, FFG. I think that's the Hunting Grounds he needs. Can't see it though. God damn it, Laurie. Laurie is running a levy. We did see the levy earlier getting pitched, so he does have
yeah.
time.
Oh yeah, no, he wouldn't have been drawing and throwing away cards like that if
Yeah.
he didn't.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Alexi. Thank you. Yeah. We can't see R&D. Yeah. But where all the action is now. I mean, Laurie isn't even bothering to poke R&D.
Well, I mean, it's just at this stage, what's the point? You hit a Kamainu, you spend all your money getting through it, and then either jack out or continue and hit a hive that you can't break. So we got Scorch in the bin. Sorry, no Scorch. Shock. Showing my own prejudices there. Jesus Christ.
Laurie just throwing his cards on the table.
What?
Frustration at how boring this game is.
That was Alex, wasn't it?
Oh, maybe it was Alex.
Yeah, it was
They're
Alex.
both bored, let's face it.
No one likes this game. I don't know why they play it. If someone promised to concede to you in a regional final if you played IG, would you play IG?
Wait, what do you mean?
if I don't know, it's a 2-person regional. Someone will give you a regional win. If you play IG, would you play IG?
No. I mean, you're basically like, unless the field is heavy wizard, that's basically what taking IG means anyway, and I'm not doing that. So, Laurie's up to 11 credits, so starting to approach the sort of level where he could get one good run in. Oh no, there's 3 ice on R&D now. If that's double hive, you just
cry.
And Alex knows what he's doing. It probably is double hive.
Yeah. I mean, the cricks don't do anything. They're gonna go in the bin.
I think I saw him install one crick.
He's gone. He's going.
Oh yeah. I imagine this will not go well.
That's a hive.
There we go.
At least like he now knows there's a hive there, and he can probably start planning around it. I don't know.
So Atman 3 is going to cost him 6, then he can break the hive and have no money.
Yeah, I think you bounce hero.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like unless you're going to take a Kamainu to the face, like halfway.
No, you don't want to.
You
There's
can't
not.
bioethics on the table.
Yeah, it's bioethics on the table, and you can only draw 2.
Oh god, yeah, that's up as well. Oh well, at least it's not likely to be a long IG game.
Oh. I don't really agree, Kerm. I think the easiest way to play against IG is still run Wiz with Salted Slums.
I think probably even just employee strikes, all right, isn't it? Because you can
Yeah.
keep their board clear.
Yeah, but slums is better. Though slums is fringe tech that's not very good against anyone else.
It's actually all right against NEH asset spam. Like if you're taking sand
Yeah,
and stuff off the table permanently, that's quite nice.
And killing CVS is good as well.
I don't know if it's good enough. Like if those extra uses are good enough to actually include it, but like it's not totally dead. But I actually think that the criminal sec testing feedback filter has some legs. I mean, you will have infinite money, and plus you have Siphon, which is good if you land it at the right time against this deck. I just don't know what else the rest of your deck looks like. I suppose.
Alice Reeves was actually running an anti-IG Leela deck, but it has one feedback filter, and she's Crim, so she's not going to draw it.
No, but I suppose the point is it doesn't matter when you draw it, because when you do, you will have been sec testing the whole time. So then you just install it, you've got infinite money, and you take 0 net damage from that point on.
Sure.
Particularly if these decks aren't running. Oh no, so, yeah, it works against everything. I suppose at that point, all you need is then a way to score some points. Which shouldn't be impossible, to be honest. Like, you've got sec testing and Desperado, so you can do some trashing. So you can slow down their setup.
Yeah.
I should just, for anyone listening, I play very little Criminal and have never played Criminal against IG, so I might be talking out my arse. But in theory, I feel like you can keep on top of their board state more easily than most can.
No, I mean, I saw a game between Alice Reeves and Mark Matra. Now, Mark isn't running this version of IG.
Oh, I think Criminal definitely beats that version.
Yeah, he's running a 49 card version of IG without all the shuffles, and I think that in that game she just sec tested everything and waited very slowly for Mark to deck. Yeah, so this is Atman at 3.
I don't know if we want to comment on the very involved debate that's going on about dice in the Twitch chat.
Oh dear.
Apparently, you could use different numbers of dice or different sided dice to reduce the need to reroll. Yeah, if you want, guys, do that. I don't think anyone cares either way.
Yeah, nobody gives a crap. Alright, I think this is Alex. No, he's going to proco a couple of times first before he goes in, I think.
I mean, do you
He's
even
going.
want to do that?
No, you don't. I think you do it afterwards.
Well, yeah, because
Because now you make the command more expensive.
And Laurie must, unless Laurie suspects that Alex has put a sneaky.
Oh
shit.
wow, he's giving up. I think.
Well, yeah, because he's already drawn, so he's dead next turn, right?
Yeah, he's dead next turn. There's no way he's surviving us. If he hits a Fido, he dies. Yeah, that's a concession.
That's Netrunner, guys, sort of.
Yeah, Netrunner.
Oh, sorry, we don't actually work here.
You want to go to the front.
Sorry.
So
we're watching these guys play, and we're commentating on the game because it's going out online.
So we have Alex White versus Benjamin Nee. I'm just gonna quickly run count how many people, because Alex has run twice and Corp twice. Ben has Corp, run, so he gets to Corp, which I'm sure he'll be very happy to know.
Oh, Alex is corping again.
Alex is running.
Oh.
Ben gets to Corp, so because Ben has run.
Is this the final?
No, this is the losers bracket final.
Oh, okay.
So Ben has run.
Yeah, Brandon,
Ben has run, and corped. He corped against Dave Rogers and won. He ran against Alex White and actually won. And he ran against Brendan and lost. So he's now going to be corping against Alexander White. We'll just go look for Ben because he has actually just won it off and I don't know where he is.
take you live. Okay, and 40 minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the London Netrunner Regional. This is the losers bracket final. With me I have...
Hi, I'm Laurie. You just seen me get crushed by IG.
And I'm Brendan. I was here before.
He's in the final. You're in the final, Brendan?
Yeah,
He was in the final, yeah.
to my surprise.
Well, you're a good player, you're playing good decks, and you're playing well.
So
Okay, you're playing Geist and Soul, but...
So this should be fun.
Oh, is this on?
Shaper NEH. So how many ice did you say, Ben?
I believe Ben is running 9. He, I think he said he took this list off the winner of the Atlanta Regional.
Okay. So he's got a biotic, so that's tells us a lot about what his deck is.
Sure.
That's a good start
For Alex
from
as
Alex,
well.
definitely.
You know this matchup pretty well, Laurie.
Yeah.
What's the line of play for Haley and NEH here?
Well, you want to build a board state so with your econ engine as quick as possible. So he's almost already got that in line with Aesop's. You want an Astro laid down. Then when you're ready, you need to clock lock to hell and start and check every remote.
Do you want the clone chips, the sacrificial constructs, all of those?
Yeah, so clock and sack on.
And then you
Makes
just
it
check every
really
remote?
hard. You check every remote, and Ben has to build a remote. That's his correct play in response.
That'll be hard with 9 ice.
It'll be very hard with 9 ice, yeah.
Is it expensive, hard to break ice, or is it all dirt cheap, rushy ice?
I'm not sure.
I think it's a good mix. I think there's a couple of boosts. There's an Archangel, but there's also stuff like Enigma and Wraparound.
Okay, so there's no secret spice in this day. It's just fast advance,
It's-
rough. Is it similar to
He
race?
claims it's not very similar to Red Sky and the Red. I think the ice is a bit more taxing. It's much more similar to the traditional acid spam.
Okay. Yes, I think Alex is massively favoured in this matchup, really.
Well, I think at least Ben has a shot as opposed to...
And there's Alex. You can
Exactly.
see a wasted card in his hand at Blast Screen. Don't know why anyone runs that card.
You remember the last time you played me that Blast Screen, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So how many
Okay,
credits does Ben have here? I asked him to not
actually know.
use the
Okay, we're off.
tokens when we played because I can't follow them.
So he's doing what he should do. Get an Astro.
That's right, yeah.
Is he going to res that Sansan, or is he just going to...
No, no, he
He
biotic that.
denied the
biotic
Astro
just
draw,
ice.
which is an interesting choice because you also get a draw as well.
But surely you res the Sansan, right? Because it gives
He
you
didn't have the money.
He didn't have the money.
And he just
Wine
decided...
Did he delay it for a turn? Is that right?
Well, again,
No.
as soon as there's
Now he
SMC's
has
down,
no money, no board, no pad campaign
as soon
res.
as an SMC's down, we're in
To be
trouble.
fair, yeah,
And Alex
I
still
think he
doesn't
just...
have clock,
I
so
think he
this
was
is-
worried about the SMC more than anything else.
This is one way Ben can win this because Alex still doesn't have a clock. So unfortunately, Ben's got 0 credits and no Astro. I think if you're Ben,
He's got sweeps,
he's got
so
sweeps.
yeah, so he can just do
Seemed
that.
Still seemed a risky
Credit.
play to me.
It is risky, but I think the risk of not actually getting an Astro out.
yeah, you get the
much-
Astro out.
You get the Astro.
Now he has no pad campaigns running still, so he can't afford that toll booth. He's
Yeah, but it's not like Alex has got medium and he's just going to.
It's also not like Ben actually has a pad campaign on the table.
He's not leaving himself
Yeah.
very vulnerable by going to 0. It's not like. Well, Alex still just wants a draw to get an SMC so he
Yeah.
can get clock online. And,
Like,
still
and
can't
Alex-
do it.
Proco, but I think Alex is bothering to install it.
Yeah, I think he realises he needs an SMC.
So Alex goes,
At least he gets the CVS off the table.
and that's a Sansan. That is
And
getting
a Sansan.
trashed. Yep.
So that's why he didn't
decision.
play the Proco.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision when he's already got an Astro script token and he can't threaten clock. I don't know how much money Alex has got.
Well, it stops the fast track.
Alex
from
is on
deck.
4. I
That's
think. Yeah,
just the point,
it's not the fast track.
Let's give him less options.
Except, Ben now has another Astro. And that's the 15 minutes, and you probably just push that straight through, don't you? Oh, there's Mumba Temple as
I
well.
think you surely install the temple.
Yeah. You want to go quickly before he can get the clock lock on.
Definitely, yeah. This is one of those situations where the best thing Alex can do is actually just draw because his expected value of drawing something like an SMC is huge here.
Yeah.
And there's only one
There's a
way
ton
to
in the
get-
deck, right? There must be some.
There's only 2.
There's only 2, yeah.
Oh.
I think he's running the same list as you did at Swansea last
Yeah,
time.
here we go. It's just draw.
I'm sure Alex
draw.
recognises that 'cause you're not even installing this Proco, he's just...
Yeah, he just needs a card. He just needs that.
This is
SMC.
why I was running draw, for a bit more consistency, but,
Yeah.
but you do give up
You're
fan
you're
size.
running a very, very different version of the deck, aren't
It's
you?
not very different.
I
So
mean,
we discussed about whether or not this. So fan sites artist Connie takes up 5 cards, right? So it was either that or you run 3 draw cards, a same old thing, and a levy. The rest of the deck we're pretty happy with. So I've wanted the draw for more consistency. The fan sites are great mid game, but they don't do much early, so it's kind of hard. It's a hard one. Also, that's true as well. Also, I'm with Street Peddler.
Oh, this is good for Ben. That's a Beal.
Yeah,
Which
this
will
is-
probably
this is
let-
click 2 though, right? So you draw again, looking for an Astro.
And then you sweeps as lights click because Alex is on. You need a
I
sweep.
think that was his last click. I think.
The sacrificial construct's on the table, so if he does find a clod,
Yeah.
it'd be very hard for Ben to get anything through.
Locked up.
Sure, but it doesn't look like Alex has a clot. Though obviously the Haley install from hand can be really, really dumb.
So what's Ben got? Is Ben got breaking news in hand?
He's got 50 minutes in hand.
Ah, okay, and a Bill. Oh, there we go. Right, so we've got a different game suddenly. You'll see Alex slow down drawing, no doubt. He'll set up his board now.
Yeah.
You can see that's exactly what he's drawing for. And now he stops.
Sure.
What's
Now
he-
that's
what's that?
Proko.
Yeah, see.
His Kalimsha Proko, which
Okay,
is
so-
Sama Kalimsha, not QT, because it's not quality time.
Oh, excellent. So we're back to Alex being a big favourite now. So Ben's got an Astro, but unfortunately couldn't get out more in that window.
Well, Ben keeps his money in stacks of 5, so it looks like he's got 6.
It looks about 6, doesn't it? Yeah.
This is why I ask him to use proper tokens.
So Ben needs to build a tolerance.
This
in a row.
is not Spags' race car in the red. He is running a very different list. He has 9 ice, and he has big taxing ice as opposed to, crap like Spags.
I'm not sure Spags has got pads actually. He definitely doesn't have temples.
I think Spags has all burst, isn't it?
It seems strange not to use the temples. They're so good in any age.
Yeah.
I disagree. I ran a temple-free NEH list, but that's because we're running 2 biotics, and I just felt the pads were slightly more useful.
It depends on your meta as well, right? Like we're not saying not Wizards Day, so
Yeah.
it definitely makes temples.
Yeah, and the pads are better against Wizard, I think, because they actually do cost him money to trash, while temples don't.
So Alex's plan now is just to check every single remote, and then any spare clicks he has is to build a board and credit up, and he can do that forever. And so Ben needs to build a remote, which he immediately recognises as probably a toll booth, which unfortunately does not a lot against this deck because it has Hunting Grounds and David. So
Sure, but at least you need to. It's almost a bit of a gear check that you need to actually find hunting.
that's good. It's a double gear check, right?
Though he does actually have the hunting grounds out the table right now,
And if you,
and he's running Mumma Temple, which
Okay,
is
well,
spicy. It's mostly just to get his temples out.
yeah, I was running one for a bit. I like it. It's one influence. It just makes a bit more consistent seeing the temples early.
Yep, there's Boothie.
So he's going to get stung for this because he doesn't have Hunting Grounds. How many credits he got? 7. There's no ducking under it. I don't think it's going to have to
You
eat
can.
Would you just go in here?
Or
would you bounce?
That
Can you go in here?
that thing has been there for a couple of turns. So
It doesn't
Okay,
look
it's
like
probably
an
the
event.
Sandstone then.
Yeah,
Probably
it
a
is
Sandstone.
definitely.
Or a CVS.
It was the Sandstone.
It was the Sandstone.
what you want to do is you want to maintain your clock ability, which he hasn't done. He's down to 1 credit. I don't know how
Interestingly enough,
that feels like a mistake. I don't know why
Alex is-
how he went down to 1 credit there, but
Alex
now
is being incredibly aggressive with trashing Ben's board, which generally I'm not sure it's a good idea against
well,
asset spammers.
going down to 1 credit is definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
Because that means Ben can score an Astro if he's got it, which he obviously doesn't. So
Is he going to score the Beal here just because
No,
he's got biotics in the deck?
it's yeah, no, it's
If he has
tempting.
bio-
It's 4
It's
points.
an opportunity.
sure.
Yeah, I would be tempted. I mean, I'm not sure if I would, because the Astro token is a real threat. Again, I'm not sure Alex can clock from 2 credits. Where is clock? He can't.
Clot is still in the deck somewhere.
Okay, so he
There's
can't.
always the option to clone chip a cash and still clock from hand.
You can't do that.
No, you
Ben's-
can't. You
Oh,
have to
can't,
clot
you're right.
before.
You can
don't
clone
take
an
penalty when
SMC.
that-
That's about all you can do.
Yeah.
But we don't have clot anywhere. I think it's in the deck. So
But Alex can do it now, right?
yeah, he's recovered. Yeah.
So the dangerous pass forward.
Yeah, he took a risk and it sort of paid off. I'm surprised he has thrown away the fan side though.
Yeah, that is interesting, especially with the Hunting Grounds.
Yeah, and especially when NEH only scored 2.
It depends on what his hands is. I mean, his hands Hunting Grounds, 2 RDIs. Oh, he's drawn the clock. Okay, so that's pretty nice for him. He doesn't have a clone chip though, actually. So yes, he does.
And there goes the
The cash.
no, the 15 minutes. He just scored it.
So he just scored the 50 minutes rather than. Did Alex not plot for it?
I don't know. I think
So what happened
I
there?
don't
Was it
know.
already on the board, maybe?
No.
Maybe it was.
Okay, so now Hayley's getting to the point where she's got enough spare clicks she can actually check centrals, which means she's winning. Alex is keeping the Hunting Grounds secret, I think, by the looks of it.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah, but Ben probably knows he's a hunting grounds because Ben knows
He
that.
doesn't necessarily have it in hand.
Yeah. I don't like that install really, but I don't see what. I guess he doesn't mind time walking, Ben. It's kind of nice to have it in hand.
You didn't even play Magic, Laurie. Why are you using time walking?
So Alex really has been aggressive in trashing Ben's board.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is he hasn't had a chance to snowball. Nothing's rezzed.
Yeah.
It was
Like
that early
right?
biotics really cost him in tempo.
So he's got his econ full on econ.
But I don't think he drew econ, so I don't think he actually had an option to cred up.
Hence why that early pad drip was probably much more important than.
Okay, so
going near
now
the
Ben's
Astra.
starting to install stuff behind a Tollbooth, which seems like a good idea.
But that pad would have cost. Maybe. Yeah, I think in retrospect that pad price was probably a mistake.
So Alex is looking for Haley value. No doubt he hates to install that hunting grounds without another resource. I feel his pain.
Well, there he is.
Yeah.
He's just going to drop the David.
Yeah, where is this David? Okay, so he's gonna have to have some seafood. He's gonna
So
have
if
to,
there's a CVS in here, this opens a pretty big window, doesn't it?
That's a good point. Yeah, it does.
Well, there is a SatCon on the table, but you don't want to use SatCon to this.
Oh, that's true. The SatCom was.
It's only a Jackson and it's a Sansan, and both are staying on the table.
Yeah. Last pick Brogo.
That is good though. I mean, that is a waste of a David counter. Though he is going to eventually have to run out and start scavenging.
I'm not sure you'll be able to tax Haley. Alex had a David counters with any age.
So Alex has got 2 scavenge, no same old thing, and no levy. So. And 3 clones, which he wants to keep for clock.
No
so
levy.
No levy, no. So
Yeah,
So you mentioned that earlier.
yeah, so it's definitely possible he could get taxed out.
So there goes the purge.
Yeah, and he lets him. So has he got another clone? He has got clone in hand, so he doesn't care. So Ben looks like he's not on many credits. Yeah, I think he's down to about 2 now. So I don't think he David that.
No.
Not with into in the deck, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't need the access that bad either. Like that's just the thing.
No,
He's quite.
well, he must be thinking agendas are building up an HQ.
Yeah, but you don't. Have,
But
you're not on a clock.
But
Right?
but the Jacksons have just come out, so there's probably only 1 or 2.
The point is, you're just controlling. You're still in complete control as Alex at this point. The board state. He's hidden a card with his astrolabe. That was close.
Bad Alex, don't do that. Don't do a Tim Fowler.
Especially Zakon.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
So I'm looking forward to the Alex selling the astrolabe to install another one.
It's your favourite thing to do, isn't it, Laurie?
That's why it justifies the 3.
It's great with Tech Rider as well.
Yeah.
You get paid back for it. It's good.
Okay, got a new remote.
So,
So one card here Alex has to consider, and I don't know if she's shipping from Santan, right? Like you don't see anyone as much as it, and with all these assets, Ben probably doesn't have it, but
But so little ice, maybe he does.
that's true. Yeah. I think as Alex, I would disrespect.
I can.
At this
Now
stage,
respect.
because you just eat your recursion. He's got 2 clone chips left in the deck. I think we've seen 1 scavenge go.
I'm wondering why Ben isn't just sweeping. And Seamus is back. Hi, Seamus.
Hi everyone, I'm back.
With beer.
We do have a don't ask, don't tell alcohol policy here.
Beautiful.
And there go the sweeps.
Yeah. So how many credits has got? So he might just install into run HQ 4 times here. Or at least a couple.
Or just check, make him honest. It's all 3 Jacksons on the table, I think.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive about trashing.
He's very aggressive. I'm not sure this is the right move.
well. He's
Trashing
trying to be
Jacksons.
sustainable.
No,
Still
not.
got the clock lock, right? What can Ben really do here? Oh.
Ooh, that's shit.
Okay, that's
is-
really
So he
good for
does have to respect it. This was almost a good thing for Ben to see.
Yeah,
for
it is.
Ben
That's-
to reveal.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
So I think if you're Alex now, you realise you're under a bit more pressure with the shipments. So I think you need to start running ID a bit more. Like.
yeah, you
Now,
got.
now the mind games begin, right?
Yeah,
Is
because
this
Alex
the Astra?
is limited on his recursion.
Is this the Astra that you're looking for?
Ben's
That's a Jackson off the table, and he's going for the recursion.
I think I can do it. So what's he done? Jackson back
He's
in.
just going back. He's just going for the temple, I think. I'd probably get them out. Yeah, the CVS. You need the CVS's back. So
Yeah.
CVS is a definite.
So do we know if this team sponsorship in this deck?
I don't
You'd
know.
expect to see it, wouldn't you? But maybe not.
I mean, 3 Astro, 3 Santan. That's 11. That's 8. You have 11 left, probably. So that's 6. And you have 11 left. We've seen one biotic. So he has 7 influence. Maybe 1.
So you're talking about the possibility of a scorch?
No, of a team spawn.
James got excited for a minute.
Sorry, you
Because I
played
assume the sea source is
4
for information, right?
4 points. 4 influence spare. Scorch. Scorch.
Has Alex been taking notes from you about a good board state arrangement, Laurie?
Is that sarcasm from you? His board set looks lovely.
His board state's fine.
So we've got a row of
it's better than Tim
resources,
Fowler.
with a hardware,
It's kind of hard with Haley, right?
and
You're
a
installing-
row of programs with resources and hardware.
Oh, what's going on?
There we go.
Oh wow! So when did that get installed? We missed that. So that was never. They did.
Yeah, he installed that last turn with the
Oh, is that a secret Beal?
So it's interesting.
Secret Beal.
It was, yeah. So he shuffled back it when he shuffled back over to Jackson, and he
Well,
installed
hang on.
something over.
So
it.
why did Ben res the Sansan?
Like maybe just spare clicks. Maybe he was.
But then what did he do his last kick take credit again?
No idea.
I don't know.
Did he just wander as the Sansan bad?
So I think Alex has changed the tactic and he's installed an RDI and running.
There's a pretty big threat, right, with the Sansan res.
Yeah, I think he's trying.
I think Alex needs to stop panicking.
I think
he's on
he's only on- yeah, he's on 3 credits.
5 points.
with an Astroscript token.
Yeah,
This is pretty scary.
and he's got nothing.
He's got a
So
clock.
Ben
That's
can
got
probably
s-
drag him across the
Yeah.
through that several times.
Alex has to.
Yeah, Alex has to
You have
clock,
pulls to steal
and this
it.
is going to be a CVS.
I don't know, man. I think you have to gamble that isn't, because when you install the clock, you still have no way of getting into that server. And
Well, he does. He has
he has
David,
David
and
and he has
Hunting
anyone. So
Oh, you
Good,
got
but
to
you don't want to be dragged through that server multiple
So
times.
here, Alex maybe is paying a little bit for trashing so much. I mean, it's hard to value, but Alex has got 1 credit now.
that Sansan needed to die, right?
So you're not selling anything. That's interesting. He's run their click 1.
Yeah, that's obviously
CVS.
yes.
Maybe these guys are good enough to know. Maybe Alex is good enough to call him on that, and no, Ben is good enough to do that. It's hard. You got to have.
I mean, you need
serious
like,
kahunas.
to be fair, you need to hit it because you need to get the CVS off the table anyway. Because if Ben gets 2 CVSs, the game is over.
what do you guys think about not playing the clock there? Because Ben
Yeah,
can't
that's
score
what we're
unless
Sure.
he installs another card, right?
Yeah, but it's a risk.
Well, he has a script token, so he can advance use Astroscript token.
No, sure, but you gamble that isn't an agenda.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Ben can
that's-
just do that every turn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
think
Alex can't.
you're going to have to gamble that it's
This
not
is
a
why
one.
Alex needs to start running R&D because when the remote becomes unrunnable.
And I don't agree that with trashing a SatCon here. I think you just let him purge. I think you just let the clock go into bin and then
Well,
you.
he's just going to install something on the sunset next turn.
Sure, but like losing a SatCon is just horrible.
So Ben
Can
purges
Ben just
here.
purge every turn from
Yeah,
now
can
on?
Ben just purges?
I think Ben purges here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna.
Has he got an Astro on the table?
It's not an ass. That's good.
So Jackson.
I think this should have been a purge turn.
I would have purged.
Yeah, I think so. It's just you have to do it right.
This is a purge turn.
Alex does have a scavenging hand. That scavenger will probably be used on a clock. I bet.
Yeah, you don't want to use it on the clock, but
No,
it might have
or
to
for
be.
the David maybe. That's the other one.
Yeah,
You want to force him to use it on the clock rather than
But
David.
yeah,
He's gotta start running R&D.
Ben's just burning Haley out.
He's actually playing with. Antler Owl, it is called Not QT because it was signed by Kalimsha, who at that point disapproves of it. He has now eaten his words and he now actually runs Proco in his deck.
So we're running Jackson. Makes sense. So this means I think this.
You got the CVS back, you get some money back.
So Alex has got to run R&D. There's not a lot. Like he doesn't care. The only thing that stops him is an Enigma or something. So he can smash through wraparound, no problems.
He's got to worry about what that thing on the Sansan is as well. Is
That was
a
the
bluff
last.
or is it a CVS?
I don't think I'd run it.
I think.
I don't think I'd run that. I mean, I guess the CBS is as good as a general at this point, right?
Yeah, it's not because it stops Ben scoring.
So what does it cost you to run it? A David token, so it's probably worth it, right? Like to check it.
Yeah, he's got to
The
get
issue is though, you can't check everything Ben puts behind there, so you have to decide when you're going to not.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I would have not. I suppose you need to go in for the
The first time was pretty, like, you could argue the first one was obviously a bluff. But
Yeah.
That's the mind games.
But then it was a CBS, so you still need
Yeah.
like you spare the plot, but you still need to go in.
losers
mind
final?
games.
So after this will be the final, right?
Yes, yeah. So
Interesting.
that's an inty. It's fine. It's a free res.
Okay, so Alex needs some access.
That's 2 cards. Like this should be a big red
So-
flag saying that stuff is in HQ.
Yeah, and he's checking the remote, and he's gonna probably be a CBS.
No.
It's a moment tempo, and it's
So
staying.
it costs. It
Before
costs.
you leave that, oh, it breaks R&D lock.
It does.
It does break up and do that. That's interesting. Yeah. You definitely leave it though, right? Like, there's no any choice. And he's running
But
his
it's
Q.
certainly turning into a race on R&D at this point.
Yeah,
You
Alex
can't really let
stepped
anything
it
slip
up.
through.
Oh.
Oh, that also breaks R&D lock.
That's pretty
Dice
bad.
commentators from earlier, we're interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Has the Astro token been used yet?
No, he hasn't used
Oh my
it.
goodness.
Do you purge? Because Alex is only getting one free access, new access here on R&D. I don't see why you don't purge.
I think you purge,
You
yeah.
just can't win without the
Yeah.
purge.
And when the clock's in the bin, then you can force it to be installed every turn until Alex runs out.
Yeah.
You've got to purge at some point.
You've got to purge, and I think now's a good time.
You can't rely on CVS showing.
No, purge it, boys.
Purge, boys.
Don't yell too loud. Over that.
Sorry.
Yeah, good call.
There we go.
Maybe he heard you to go.
Sorry.
So Alex has got 4 credits. What's he gonna do?
5.
How many clone chips has he used? He's used at least 1.
Right, he's got 6. I was looking at the dice. Yeah, okay, 7 now. Yeah.
Oh, this is.
Let's go on HQ. I feel like you've got to run OMD.
There's nothing in
turn,
there,
right?
no.
Yeah.
I
you
sort
have
of assume there's nothing in HQ, right?
I don't.
only
I
one
think
access,
Ben. I
but
think
you
Ben's
can-
shuffle Jackson's enough that he doesn't. There's probably nothing in it.
Is it worth giving up an agenda with the fast track here, or do you?
Oh, Arky.
Oh, that's terrible. He can. What click is this?
How many credits is
Is this last click?
Ben, I don't think Ben's on
I
enough.
don't think it's not
No.
enough credits to run via the.
That was last click.
He's
You
only
don't
on
have
2
credits.
credits.
What did he bounce?
He's
can
only got
bounce
2.
He didn't
He could have
bounce.
bounced the clone chip if he had
Yes,
it, but
that
he
would've
didn't,
been-
and that would have been game.
Yep.
But we only not those credits, I guess.
This is certainly looking
Weird.
rough for Alex.
And that.
So how ridiculous is it to fast track an agenda into your hand? With one agenda in hand and make Alex run it four times. Probably is too ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, but
I mean,
at this
Alex
point,
is
like
on 0
Ben's
points.
on.
Yeah, at this
5
point,
mil,
you
like,
did,
don't need
why do you need to
do
take the
hard
risk? Yeah.
Well, because you have that to play with. You have 5.
You do have a
agenda
lot to
points.
play
Yeah, but
with.
you also have a fast track
But-
that you're also waiting a fast track to do that. Which
Yeah,
is,
like the issue. Yeah, my point was like
track.
that clone
Yeah.
chip isn't going to be around forever, and then if you've still got the fast track, then you're done.
yeah.
Okay.
I think you have to
I'd credit
bait
up.
out.
That's true. You do waste a bunch.
I mean, the thing is,
Oh, he's got an exploder in hand, I think. So,
he can fast track out a.
quite frankly, at this point, he's probably keen to see the exploder get stolen and get 5 credits.
Well, the thing is, he can actually fast advance the exploder because he has the Astro
No,
token.
true.
So all he needs to do is install that exploder, bait out the clock, let it get stolen.
Yeah.
And
Like,
that's Alex has
and
an
if
answer,
and
another
if
clock.
yeah, and if Alex doesn't,
Alex might be sitting
if
on another
Alex
clone chip,
decides
in which
to,
case that gets a bit annoying.
and if Alex thinks it's a bluff and he can just shipment advance it and win.
You got a shipment in hand.
Well, he's got 2 credits, so it doesn't matter either way.
If Ben can slap down, that's the Archangel, and this is massively now turned for Ben.
Yeah.
Alex has got to get into R&D now.
He sold the Proco.
That's right.
Desperate times.
Maybe Astrolabe would have been better, but to be honest,
I'm surprised he didn't bait out the clock last turn. It seems. I mean, maybe he was worried about R&D.
Well,
It is the only place.
yeah.
He could.
Yeah,
So
it's
far
the one place he could lose a game, I think.
Alex is in real trouble. Like, so he's got no David counters. I think he just leaves. Well, I guess he checked with CBS, but I think Scavenger David.
This is not good for that. This is Archangel. This is yeah.
And isn't that terrible?
That
Well,
is
I guess-
pretty terrible.
I guess you bounce into.
Yeah, you bounce it into. He can't get back in.
Bounce into.
No, he's scavenged
No.
David, right?
No,
No.
David's
he's
no
gonna use
counter,
NT.
and he's already installed the RDI.
David.
He's also already installed the RDI, so he has no more Haley installed.
Yeah, that's
So he's just gonna bounce off.
What click is this though?
That's a good
He
question.
wouldn't have run last click, surely, after hitting the Archangel in hand.
I think he just forgot. Okay, well that's interesting. So Ben allows him 2 accesses.
It's quite expensive, and Haley's very poor.
Ooh.
Okay.
Alex starting to claw his
He
way
needs
back.
more. Well, he still needs more than that, but yeah, that's. So how many credits is he on? Okay, he's gonna cash.
5,
last
I guess,
go,
and then yeah,
6, yeah.
6. Enough to clock.
So, he's still more clicks.
I mean, ditch the fan. Oh, I suppose you can sell the fan side too. So.
Yeah, that's
Still
enough.
clock, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, clocks
Yeah.
in there, Ben.
How many?
So, I mean, you bait out whatever you've got in your hand. I think.
I would have bounced the NT and not given him the access. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It looks very good for a.
Procon's gone now.
David's gone.
Yeah.
If you burn, you can burn a plot and maybe.
There is a
I
scavenge
think if
though.
I've got Agenda Hero stored, I'm not sure.
I think so
I'm
too.
not 100%
I think
sure
so,
Alex is
yeah,
gonna
I'm-
bait because he knows he needs to get.
Yeah,
out.
and an exploder will help actually help Ben in the long run as
I
well,
got-
even if lose. That's a
Was that
deal as
Beal in
well.
there?
Ooh.
That's a
think
bill.
that will-
Install the bill, and then if Alex doesn't react, you can advance and win. And I'm not sure Alex will react because he needs to get into R&D, and he knows that.
And I think Alex is probably a bit burned on
In
the
fact,
number of
there is
times.
a toll booth in hand. If he reacts, he might even be able to install a toll booth and res it with number credits. Here we go.
Okay, all right.
This is absolutely the right play.
Yeah, this is
I
actually
don't
the
think
right
Alex
play.
gets it. I think he.
I think he lets it go.
Well, he has got ace off, so he can bounce back economically, I guess.
Sure.
Free, but maybe you get it. Maybe you get it, and then you can scavenge to David and smash R&D next turn, right? Yeah,
So you check the remote, then you hit R&D.
it's definitely
Yeah.
the right play by Ben though. Like,
Yeah.
You've got so little to lose here, and he's. You don't need to shipment. Well, it doesn't matter what you do. He's won. It looks like Alex doesn't react.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
it's game.
Wow.
Wow.
Well done to
Well
Ben.
yeah. So how did Ben win that game?
He got the Astro out, and then I think he out-tempoed Alex.
He did out tempo.
There's no
yeah.
Arcus colony
Did
down,
I-
right? So
yeah,
your main source
so-
is tutoring.
I feel like maybe Alex trashed too many things.
I think that's what it cost him. I think as a shaper, you're so good at just getting through that you
Yeah.
don't need to trash.
I don't trash anything.
I wouldn't trash anything.
You
I
trash
just-
some things, right?
You
Like,
trash. You trash
I
the
mean, I'm
draws.
poorer
You
than
trash the. You trash the DBSs.
Yeah,
You
I
trash.
can't even afford to trash DBS.
Yeah,
It's
but that's
full
because you're a
on
fucking kid. That's 'cause you're a kid. No, you trash EBS. You trash the you definitely trash the sentences. But other than anything else, you can let live. They all have money, but you can break it for peanuts.
Yeah.
Also, Alex called it wrong twice on the clock, right? So he got it when perhaps he shouldn't have, and then you get it when he perhaps he should. But and then maybe he didn't switch to R&D as quite as quickly as he should. But it's much easier for us to say that's in here.
So Brendan Jackson will be running first against Benjamin Lee's Corp. So Ben will be playing this again. And if Ben manages to win this game, he will be playing against Brendan's Geist.
So this is the final, right?
Yeah, this is the final. Whose side are you on?
Who's starting mine? So we've got Brendan versus Ben. Wow, that's hard.
That is a very hard. But
Yeah, you can do it alphabetically.
they're both very lovable characters.
They both play very interesting decks as well. Like they both deserve a regional.
Yeah, they're both very nice people.
So what sides? That the IDs might.
So the IDs for Brendan are Geist and Soul. So I think for all Euro deck builders out there, he's definitely the guy you root for, right? He's running Geist. He's running Soul. He's running all sorts of weird and wonderful decks. Ben is running NEH and Kane, which is...
Yes,
They're
Neo.
weird NEH though. Got them on Ben City Hall.
He also is the only NEH in the top 8.
Pretty mad.
You are running first.
What you heard there was Tagore neglecting his responsibilities as a tournament organizer.
Shut up. It's fun. It's more fun behind the booth.
Well, I mean, that's the motto of the booth, right?
So guys versus
It's Geist versus...
NEH again, right?
Wait, no. Yeah, it's Geist versus Nah. I am favouring Ben quite a lot here. I think Geist is slow. Brendan
Geist
is
is-
running a very, very different version of Geist to what I've seen so far.
Okay.
But it's
very
fast. But I don't think it's fast enough.
Yeah, Brendan said
And it
to me
has no clot.
Brendan said to me multiple times today that he's got an absolutely terrible NEH matchup.
Yeah,
Just have to get lucky.
I think this is good. I think this is a Ben's highly favoured for this one, but the next one will be very interesting. I think Brendan is aware that Ben is running an account siphon in his runner deck, and
Yeah, in Kate, right?
in Kate, and
Whoa, he's what now?
he's running 2 account siphons in that Kate deck.
Yeah. Got Alex with it earlier.
That's insane.
So well, that game wasn't on the stream, was it? We had an IG. Ben beat Alex's IG earlier.
Yeah.
He got to 6. Then he siphoned and hyperdrived and ran all 3
No,
servers.
he hyperdrive and siphon and ran.
Alright, sure. And then he had a spare click and he played notoriety.
No, he he had 2 spare clicks.
alright,
He had
sure.
3 spare clicks, which is same old notoriety. Yeah?
You got any water back here?
We don't work.
We don't work
This
here.
gentleman will help you in a second.
Good.
They're live on the stream at the moment.
It's okay.
That's why we're all watching TV. So, would you keep this as Brendan? I think you.
I didn't see his hand actually.
No, I wasn't. I don't know.
So I don't play.
I don't know.
Geist.
I don't know Geist at all.
I think you want tech traders.
We should have got Jono back to.
So is Brendan playing off campus? Oh, what's happened there?
I believe he is.
Oh yeah. We're ready to start when you are. So
It's untimed.
it is untimed.
That's another failure on Tagore's part there.
Yeah.
For anyone
Sorry.
keeping score.
The
Shut up.
CTO. No, it has been a fantastically run tournament score. I'd like to congratulate you for that.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thanks to Alexi as well for doing a lot of the work. You know, I get the credit he gets. He does the work, which is unfortunate.
So, okay, let's hope Ben's got ice in hand. I'm sure he has. Yeah, there we go.
No siphon for you. Turn 1. Ooh, hostage.
So tech trader or off campus?
So this is actually one of the
Campus isn't a
one of the really interesting
He's rules lawyering it. Excellent.
one of the really interesting interactions of hostage. It's actually quite similar in a way to Mehmet City Hall and Heritage
yeah.
Committee, where he can look at the top 3 cards, see if he wants to install a peddler.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And,
pretty funny, you're right. Dan
yeah.
and Jenny try to build a deck just to abuse that as much as possible.
I don't believe Brendan is running the source, is he?
I'm not
No,
sure.
I don't think so.
Do we-
I don't remember seeing the source.
If he is, then this matchup becomes a lot better for him.
Yeah.
Well,
I
no,
know
you-
some guys.
I don't think he is.
Oh, it's definitely better. Particularly if you get on a peddler.
Ben's happy for him to have the access.
Wrap around.
So which one's that? That's the Fracture Breaker, right?
Oh god, I don't know home invasion. I just
Jono,
know
we need you.
I know the colourful. I think this is the Fractal Breaker. I think the colourful, colourful one crowbar it breaks Code Gate.
I think so.
And the Shiv, the daggery looking one,
Expert
breaks
commentary team here.
breaks entries.
With the colourful one is the Fracture.
Ooh.
Is he
Wait,
advancing?
hold on.
Whoa. Hang on. No, I think
No,
he's
he's just paying
symbolising
for
he's
it.
paying for it.
Oh, okay.
We would have liked an advanced
It would
ice.
that would have been cool, but I don't think he's running advanceable ice.
Yeah, double ice and HQ against Criminal. Seems pretty
Yeah,
reasonable.
that's just okay.
Spy camera.
Spy camera.
Top card,
Ooh,
Jackson.
this is Jackson, which is
So this is a card that I thought was terrible, but I can see the value in it.
In Geist, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
a mid-table.
especially when you don't want to, like with the cloud breakers, disposable breakers.
Well, Brendan's running full normal breakers as well.
Okay.
yeah. Brendan's running a
Which
Gordian,
stung me when I played him.
Corona Gordian, Mongoose.
Oh yeah, so Ben has switched from poker chips to actual credits. That's
I think Ben
I
may
think-
have asked him to.
No,
or somebody
you mean
did.
Brendan, but yeah.
Sorry, yes.
no. Oh sure. Oh, okay.
Is that a sand sign on the table? On the far right. It looks like one, yeah.
There's a GFI, an Astro, and
And an
possibly an
NAV.
He
NAV.
is slightly flooded right now, but
Yeah. the Jackson,
Brit the
though.
Jackson again.
at the sand, do you
you can
draw
still
again
Jackson
first,
again.
or would you install the sand right on the table and just start and try to go with the I think you do that and
Yeah.
you drop some.
It's sort of about agenda management, right? So
Yeah.
Because did he any H draw then? Oh, he already Jackson. So.
Yeah.
So John has just updated us. Crowbar is yellow, Shiv is blue, Jason Creamy and yellow.
That's Jono of the Year in Gred. Excellent podcast.
It's like
Streaming.
Crowbar's yellow, Shiv is blue. I'm
go on,
gonna
I thought you were gonna get
I'm gonna
one.
break my home invasion.
Oh,
I'm gonna
oh.
use my home invasion suite on you.
Brendan draws a pull up, but still has some HQ. I mean, I love the pull up Jackson plays. So
Yeah.
That's live. At the
I mean,
moment.
Ben's probably going to be wise to that against
Yeah.
Criminal, right?
You'd
Yeah,
think so,
you
right?
gotta be. But he hasn't run HQ yet.
So Brendan.
You just go for the faster. You just choo choo.
I think he first picked Jackson, or was that managed?
No, it's mandatory draw.
Yeah, and I think you use Shipman here, so you can protect HQ with the
Yep.
wraparound. Yeah.
Woo!
Okay. So
Choo-choo.
this has gone very badly for Brendan now.
Wow.
Well, this is
We didn't expect it to go well.
no, but
To go as sensitive as ever.
seeing the Astro this early,
It's hard to tell like I see it.
so Ben doesn't even res.
Is this?
Oh.
Ooh.
So Brendan has to trust that at Sansan. I mean, he has to anyway, but that's even more information. He has to. Like,
No pull-up play.
there's zero decision to be made here.
Oh, there is.
Oh, we've got the pull-up. We've got the pull-up Jackson play.
But he's not using it.
Whoa.
Brendan.
What are you doing, Brendan?
Brendan.
Stop, Brendan. Oh, but the pull-up. There is a live pull-up Sansan play.
Sure.
That's true, actually. Yeah. But still, I think I would have gone for it. You're so far behind. That's interesting. So why does he pop that to draw and get
Against
credit?
Because he gets 2 credits, that allows him to pull up Sansan.
Ah, very, very clever, yeah. So I'm looking forward to playing Geist in my next tournament.
It's actually
shenanigans.
really fun. The boop, boop.
And he does sounds have fun of it.
If I were
So
Ben,
what
this is.
kind
I kind of buy that as a bluff.
I don't know.
That was bluff,
I
that
think
was a
why
bluff.
why can't you just trash it naturally and
Keep
and
the
that
pull-up.
allows you? Well, no, you pull up do the pull up Jackson play and then perhaps you don't have enough credits to do both in one turn.
And just having the Jackson there means that there's much less risk for Ben to put agendas out and have
Yeah.
the Sansan trashed. Yep.
Yep. That was well played on Ben's part. And he's gonna and he's gonna vomit out a board now. It's just.
Yeah.
And he's gonna sweeps, I think, at the end, because Brendan has a very loaded hand after that. I think Brendan has like 8 cards in hand.
Ooh, Jono is saying that Holop turns off Sansan All-Seeing Eye. And I guess the tech traders are
Sure,
very
okay.
important.
I guess, but I don't think we're beyond that already with the Nashville scored.
What's happening?
If he gets all CNI'd, it's just
Oh god, what is it?
we have
This is not so good.
issue.
Jawohl.
Nastigor briefly going to go and do his job. He'll be back soon.
Oh, I think the issue is here. He draws the top card. I don't know, but let me.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
this for a fact.
So for viewers, the Muppet City Hall is installing a new remote, which gives you an NEH draw. There's some debate over whether you shuffle first. Laurie plays IG, so I think he's in the know on how that works and has gone to sort it out. So you're stuck with me for now. So you do draw before you shuffle, right?
Yeah, that was the question, and I think Ben missed that trigger, so Dagor's handled it, and it's fine.
So basically, the ruling was Ben missed a trigger. That is mandatory. He's gotten a warning for that, and if he gets it and he does it again, that will actually be a game loss.
Drive by, nice.
Fair enough.
And he,
Saves him 3 credits, I guess.
yeah, get
Oh,
out.
this is a siphon. Okay, interesting.
Oh, double wrap round.
Double
Get him to
wraps.
spend his money,
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Sure.
and you get money for using your breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he now knows that he gets a Corroder and he can go in.
It's interesting. He's just got a spike. I presume he has Fractor in hand. So is he running Corroder then, we think?
Yep, he's running Corroder, Gordian, and a pair of Mongoose.
What is the plural for mongoose?
It is
Mongoose.
It is mongoose. Okay.
It's sad that it's not mongoose.
It is. I would ignorantly have thought it was mongoose. Okay.
Well, I mean, whilst you're incorrect, you're living in a more beautiful world. So
Yes, that's
there's,
true.
there's a plus.
That's a
to
nice thought for us. Okay, so meanwhile, Ben Jackson's before the start of his turn to make his draw nicer, I believe.
that. I
That's
think we saw Sensi and then he.
yeah, Sensi's nice. You
Okay,
sense.
he's just getting his temples. So does he know to draw the top card here, like before? Yeah, so he draws that. He has to draw that top card. Yeah, and then you draw the top card. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Russell coming in on the mongoose plural question. Mongooses.
Who's
As
Philip
per-
J.
I
Fry?
don't know who Philip J. Fry is.
I'm gonna go with Seamus until I prove otherwise.
Oh, well, you've really put a lot of pressure on me now, Laurie.
It's not like this is recorded or anything, so it's fine. So he spams out.
Yeah, he's going
almost
spam.
certainly the Sensei in there. So I don't know what a guy's economy like. I don't know if he can keep up with this asset spam. I mean, he's got 2 check trades now. He's going to make a lot of money, right?
It's tricky because he's sort of reliant on you spending money to res your ice and then him gaining money for
2
breaking it.
MTH as well.
Yeah, 2 MCH. That's interesting.
This is like the best bluff ever.
Yeah. It doesn't. Well, it doesn't really do much. Like.
Well,
especially
it
with-
makes Ben spend his money.
Well, not really. With this, there's temples down there. The only thing could be bad ice. It's not like he's going to make a Jackson shuffle. I think it's a mistake. I don't know. It seems like a wasted click to me. I guess then you know the ice. That's information.
Yeah, I think Brendan's running Maker's Eyes.
Yeah, you'd think so. With so more things. So he's keeping on top of the assets.
Once the Astros scored, how much value is there to...
Yeah.
Ben's gonna laugh at this.
Ben only ever needs 2 assets, right?
I mean, he could
So 2
legitimately win the
credits.
game with none.
Yes.
Sorry, you were talking about credits, yeah.
Yeah. Talking rubbish. So Ben has to feel like his HQ is pretty safe, right? With double wraparound for now.
Yep.
So you draw a buttload of cards trying to find an agenda, right? Or fast advance tools.
Sort of need another Astro at this point, though. Or a Sansan.
Yes.
Or
I mean,
Biotic.
we presume he's at least one Biotic, right? And Constance. Install the other Sensei. Seems like a good move.
Unbatting.
Yeah, it's been
Unless the
better.
triggers are so annoying.
Drawing this up card.
Yep, before he shuffles.
Excellent, Ben.
Good, Ben. I don't want to give you a game loss. That'll be really mean. Probably ruin a
It's not the
friendship.
most obvious interaction, is it?
No, it isn't.
So it's got a very nice looking hand there. Another Sensei.
You can really sculpt his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that Archangel's going to be brutal if it
Yeah,
hits.
wow. So how does Brendan break that? Yeah, I presume he has a passport.
He
has
has
a Gordian
a
Blade.
Gordian
Ah,
Blade,
okay, right.
which is not great.
It's not great,
It does
no.
stop him stacking them, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do against Brendan in the Swiss yesterday. And
Probably still worth stacking them. I don't know.
No, it does not with stacking them. Why would...
Well, because it costs no credits to res, and it costs Brendan credit to
Right,
res.
okay, sure.
And it forces him to get the Gordian. I mean, he's pretty forced to get that anyway, I guess. Strength 6 with Cloud Breakers. Okay, it's Geisting. Geisting away.
15
God,
minutes.
Do you even bother? Well, you haven't got a breaker yet, so...
So no, but also you can't.
Yeah, this is classic. Ben having another Sensei.
Yeah.
This is always
Yep.
happens. It's perfect. So you keep any agendas here? Well,
No, you
maybe
don't keep
on
not
APD.
an APD.
No, you may not keeping that one.
Yeah, that sent that straight to the bottom.
Yeah.
Ben didn't have to tell him that, but
No, he didn't actually.
ooh, that's
that
another
an extra?
Astro as well.
That's getting scored then.
Choo choo, motherfucker.
So you probably use shipment here. Don't see why you wouldn't. Sometimes if you're like on high end credits, you want to spend the money so you get siphoned, but I don't think that's not an issue here. So was that definitely an Astro?
It looked like
Pretty
an
sure,
Astro.
yeah.
So is he only just deciding whether?
He's deciding what to. He's deciding what. It looks like he's deciding what to pitch.
Well, wouldn't you decide how to score it first?
Well, Astro token's enough. He's shipmenting.
Yes, shipments it. I think that seems good.
That's the correct play, I think. Yeah. Keep the money up.
Brendan needs to step up his charge on R&D.
Choo choo.
So he's got a Guardian Blade in hand. He needs a Fractor. Okay. That's the problem as well. It's not even anywhere near an R&D lock, is it, with the Sensei?
Yeah, you
and
need-
even just the NH draw makes it pretty awful. Oh, he's got fast track.
Do you fast track for the Astro here?
You could fast track and take HQ with the.
Just drop Corroder though, and I think Brendan loves.
Yeah, but you
done
need to
slight work.
run Arcane. You need to drop the Archangel down first,
Oh,
just
sure.
Yeah,
to.
you put that on HQ. Maybe you don't need to. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're fast tracking, you run the Archangel. You get the Archangel first.
I mean, like very similar to what we saw with NEH last game. Ben's sitting on such a nice position. He can feel free to play safely.
Yeah.
Leg work, which is almost useless at this point.
Well, not. We don't. Well, if Ben fast tracks, the legwork suddenly becomes really good again. But right now.
Yeah, most like any.
Ooh,
deck
that is
scoring, right?
that is.
Oh, he just discarded the Gordian.
Shut up. Oh wait,
That seems.
you sounded too surprised. I think that is a huge mistake. That
It
is.
seems strange.
No,
I mean,
just he saw the Archangel in
yeah,
Ben's
I don't
hand.
know how he's planning to break out.
Wait,
the
has he?
Archangel.
He
Yeah,
can't have clone ships.
No,
with
he
the
didn't see it,
influence.
did he?
No, he has to levy, and he
knows
has
it's
two
in there,
levies.
right? Like, it's
Yeah.
NEH, you have Archangels.
What's the score? 2-0 to Benjamin.
4-0 with Ashgrip token. It's looking pretty bad for Brendan.
Oh wow, and there's DBS. This spam is getting out of hand. If Ben sees another Astro, he's got it, I think.
This shipment, I think. Do you just score 15 minutes? Can you be bothered? It's pretty reasonable to score, isn't it? It gets you a draw. Okay, food's
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, food is awkward. That's why I like my bills.
Shipman's it. Yeah.
Yep.
John is suggesting trace through for the Archangel.
That's,
It's
yeah.
not going to help on the toll booth.
No. And you're quite far off strength 5 at the moment with your Cloud Breakers, aren't you?
Yep.
It does seem unusual to. I don't understand why you discard it. So what is Brendan's plan? Like, you need to get accesses, right? You've got a finite amount of turns before Ben wins. Ben is probably likely to win next turn.
Well, if the DBS fires, he's probably almost certainly likely to win. Yeah. We've gone long enough without us seeing any other 2.2s, any of the 3.2s, that the DBS is likely to actually hit gas.
Yeah, it's still fairly dense in there, right? There's only 3 agendas come out, so.
Well, there's a fair amount that's gone back in as well because of the 2 Jacksons.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fairly dense.
Yeah, but it's fairly dense in
RNG.
3.2s. Yeah. There's a lot of 3.2s in there that haven't come out yet.
Brendan surely has to trash the
Yeah,
DBS.
I think that's why Brendan is rushing out and trying to find something that will let him get
I
in.
mean, I assume he's looking for
Breakers.
R&D pressure as well, because
Or
he can't
he's-
just take single pops on
I mean, the other thing that
true,
Brendan
I mean-
might be getting is he might be just looking for his Corona just so he can legwork.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it does look, because the way Ben has scored, it does sort of look like he had,
Yeah, the bill in hand.
he had a bill in hand and he's just waiting for the right moment. Ooh, turnpike is not nice.
Yeah, well, I don't think you care anymore about tags. Well, maybe you killed your economy. We're so close. We're so close to it being over that.
Yeah, it's a single axe as well, which isn't great.
How much did it cost to break Mongoose? 2.
3.
Mongoose is.
So you need to
not
boost
the
strength
best.
and then break a sub.
Yeah,
Oh, he's running his Corona. That's great.
sure.
Spiking through that. Excellent. Okay,
Sure.
so he needs some points. Resolving the many Geist triggers. How many draws was that for free?
Oh, boo.
Okay, so Ben only has 2 credits, but that means he can. He can't quite score a food actually. But he can score an APD now. Take
Not with the money. Yeah.
No, not with the money. No. You take Bartek here, they were right. So, it's not even
You just take 3 here's Ben, don't you?
So he's got fast track. He's not got enough credits. Taking
Yeah.
3 doesn't leave you open to siphon. don't know how much money matters anymore. Is that a Jackson?
Is he actually?
So he's drawn the Astro, so
She's a bit awkward, but
he wins next turn.
Update on the Mongoose and Turnpike interaction. Turnpike is not a snake, therefore Mongoose isn't good against
Do
it.
you? I'd be tempted here to
Take a credit.
install the Astro. I really would, because it seems so
well,
unlikely
that
Brendan's
I
going to
think
take.
that's a naked food.
Really?
Real? Oh, because he's got the
Well,
biotic?
I don't
No, he hasn't. I
know.
don't
It
think
might
he
be
has.
it might be a naked NAPD actually.
Was it? I don't know.
Ben doesn't
I was,
have.
pretty involved
Ben
in the
only has one
debate, to be honest.
one pointer. He's not running any breaking news.
Okay, so here we got the.
That's the
Crow.
other spicy thing about Ben's list. No
So
breaking
this
news.
is legwork. So this game could really turn now. I'm not.
Brendan
This is Archangel out, is it? This is Archangel. This is the Archangel,
He can't
and he's
play the
yeah,
trace,
and the
can
Crota's
he?
gonna bounce.
No, but how much money he's got? Can he play the trace? He doesn't have any ghost shenanigans. One, two, three. He can't do it.
No, that's a 5 at the end.
Yeah, but he's got to get in as well,
Oh, he
right? He's got
installed
to
it.
break 2,
Yeah, he's salted.
and Ben can boost. Yep. Perhaps he could have took money. Yeah.
Alright, so
Oh,
he's
so how did he get
C4
in? I'm not sure how he got in there, but
He played the trace in the break. Oh,
this game could turn. There's a food in here as well, right?
unless it's on the table.
He can't score it if it's on the table though. That's the
Yeah, 'cause
thing.
he's got the biotic and
He
the.
hasn't have the money though.
it's a fast track.
Okay, so Brendan has brought the food.
Yeah, the food's in the hand. So that's the NAPD in the table.
So do you just go tag me and run R&D? I think I would. I don't know. It'd be great if
Still only on 2
yeah,
points,
he's got
though,
tag
isn't
me.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, leave that.
How many pads does Ben have? 1, right?
Yeah, I think that's a pad and a DBS in the glare.
So we still don't know what this is on the board.
It's the NAPD.
If it, is it, so Brendan, Ben still can't win unless he's got shipment. Oh, Ben does have shipment, I think. We'll see. We'll see.
The 15 minutes has been pitched, has it?
No, he's
No,
been
he scored
scored.
it. He scored
Oh,
it,
right,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so he's on 5
5-0.
points. Okay.
5-2 now.
So he's got the shipment, he's done.
So Brendan would love a makers. The chat's asking, Ben's got 5 points with an Ash Skip token.
Yeah.
Brendan's on 2. We know there's a food in hand.
It's incredibly close.
Yeah, 15 minutes is scored apparently.
15 minutes was scored.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So he clears the tag, draws some cards, gets some ghost money. He wants a Maker's Eye. It's probably worth drawing from Maker's Eye, assuming he's running it. I mean, he's going to get into
Brendan is on 4, isn't he?
Oh, he doesn't have Maker's Eye. Okay. So no R&D
It's
Momac
be-
at all.
And does he also, has he got the same old thing in hand? Because he's abandoned Levy otherwise.
That's a very good point, yeah. I'm not sure.
I think Brendan just went for it, and I don't.
I mean, he's got the corroder, he can hit R&D for a card every
Yeah.
turn. I don't know if he's got a better option than that.
Well, that stops Ben scoring.
This sounds like a desperation run because
Yeah,
that's
he
nothing.
knows, he knows.
He knows the game's up.
So can...
If that's the NAPD on the table,
That's
Ben
the
wins,
NAPD.
right?
Yes,
That-
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but is it? No.
Oh, hold
Yeah.
on.
Okay.
Fast track Biotic.
Yeah, I guess.
Fast track. Biotic's 4.
So that
Yeah.
is the
Yeah.
NAPD
That's
then?
game. I don't know what
Or
it
Ben's
is.
forgotten it's the NAPD.
Maybe, but when you can win, you can win in style. Anyway, they'll be swapping sides, and I'm going to go straight out something very quickly for the King of Service folks. In the meantime, you can use Scott's in the. Oh, because Jonathan Lockhart's back.
Hello.
So I'm now outnumbered. There's 2 Scots.
I'll be leaving soon.
One
to
Brit.
King Service, but
Thank God.
So Ben was in the winning side of that, of the bracket, so we're going to the final now.
So did you say Ben or Brendan?
I said Brendan.
Okay.
so
I
we've
did
got,
not.
we've got
I meant Brendan.
Kate versus Sol. That'll be interesting.
Kate versus Sol, yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw it on the stream earlier. Brendan absolutely destroyed and ruined me and spat me out
yeah.
as my Haley deck.
I got
Really?
mid-season turn 2 by Brendan in the Swiss.
He also, yeah, also and
Mid-season's
I.
one sword, sea source.
He had about 3 ways he could win in the last turn.
Yeah.
Kill these Scorch deck then? Or
No, it's exchange of information.
psychographics?
So I don't know if he had, I mean, I would assume he'd have a psychographics. But I mean, just mid-season thing and then having both Newshound and Resistor is
So-
like often enough.
It's kind of like Timmy's deck. He has like a million different ways to tag and a million different things to do when you are tagged. Like he has Sea Source and EOI as well. He has closed accounts, all CNI. He's playing. I saw a Brood over clearance, so So as soon as you see that, you suspect mid-seasons out of MBN.
I mean, I feel like Ben needs to see a film critic, basically, or have like an explosive burst of scores before he gets mid-season, and then he can lock into the last points.
I think if Ben can make it to the mid to late game, and the score isn't too bad, he's doing all right.
I think
But he's
Siphon, which is essentially.
Oh, wow.
matchup,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
true.
Influence on nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. I only saw one, but he might have more than one.
I believe that these guys were saying earlier only one, but if Brendan doesn't know he has a siphon, you get one free siphon off.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll make Laurie sit on the outside.
Have we fixed it?
I believe so.
Do you want a drink?
Are you offering?
Yeah, please, if you're offering.
One of these? Or one of these?
I'd rather have it here.
Yeah.
I'll see if you taste my bags, actually. Do you have an extra? Yeah.
Are we
I
in
see.
physical?
Can you hear us now?
Hello, stream.
We're getting beer right
How many people
now.
on stream? Did it say? How many people on the stream?
There doesn't appear to be a number that would
I don't know
tell me
where
that.
we look at the viewers. Yeah, we can't seem to find it. Right, so we're good. Opening hands are drawn, and we are
Oh, 80.
80 viewers. Nice. We're into the action. So I believe
No,
both,
no, we're good.
both players kept. Do both players keep?
Oh, there. There you go.
What are we doing? Oh.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, Brendan is mulling, so is Ben. Okay, so the double mull here. So from what we know of these decks, Brendan's got obviously targeted marketing and data hounds. He's got some kind of tagging stuff, mid-seasons, exchange of information.
Do you reckon he mulligans for targeted marketing
his
at this point?
his favourite open is targeted marketing news hound Astro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's very hard for him to contest that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Icona store at Ant-Man 4, so...
Yeah, Atman at 4 is the only thing.
Although,
so,
what we know about Ben is he's running a single account siphon.
Yeah.
Which would absolutely kibosh that.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, targeted marketing name cipher.
Well, yeah, I don't know if Brendan knows that he's running.
he knows.
Siphon.
He's already
Oh,
played
okay.
Hello guys, I'm back.
Tagore's back. Hooray.
I'm terribly sorry about doing that, but whatever.
It really just looks like Brendan's taken the exchange of information sync deck and added a few cards. But
Good cards.
pop-up window, yeah, pop-up windows. Is cool, but-
Ben
I mean,
is
so you're gaining 4
Kate,
cards.
Kate. Good old Kate. What? No Tormar, which is interesting.
Yeah, he hasn't found it
He
yet.
mulliganed.
Yeah, he mulliganed. No Tarmar. He's going to fire off that blue level next turn, presumably, and look for it.
Oh, you bastard!
But,
Don't worry, it was Laurie who broke the mic and now he's not allowed back in.
Wait, look, what?
sorry guys.
Don't drop that on me.
Yeah, it's not a regular K. It's there's
it's
notoriety.
Siphon.
It's got siphon.
Notoriety is regular Kate.
Notoriety.
Siphon.
Notoriety is like a lesser played tech card.
It's a good tech card.
Depends on the meta. Depends on the matchups. So here we are. We don't know what he's named.
Or why don't you go and find out what his name is?
Someone find out what he's named. Yeah.
That retails at 30, we'll do it for 27.
And siphon's been discarded. Oh no, he's playing it.
So Atman 4, has he got enough? No.
That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to break.
He's
So no.
firing, so he must have some solution.
I know he was beating the trace, presumably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. That's a shame.
I mean, the small upside, like Newshound is so good in this
It was
matchup. that-
actually SMC.
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Ben is at least happy that data hand's on HQ. That's about the most acceptable place for it to be, right? It's not an
Yeah,
R&D,
yeah.
it's not in a scoring remote.
Yeah, it's not like he's
There's 3 of them, though, I mean...
I know, yeah, but like
Yeah, no,
he just lives in fear of that card.
Yeah, it's the worst card for Shaper by far. It's unlike Itchy, you can't even click through the damn thing. At least it doesn't trash
So,
it. It doesn't trash your program.
almost certainly that's an Astro if
It could be
Brendan has one. True. But I mean, how valuable is Breaking News to you at this point with no resources down and nothing to
It's
swap?
not. You're waiting for him to score an agenda, and then you want to like.
Oh
yeah,
god, you're gonna sit that in the remote for turns and turns.
Yeah, maybe,
It's
but-
brutal.
Yeah,
play the data hand lottery.
And it's Archangel.
Oh, I can slice like that. That's fine.
Yeah,
Barely.
he needs to decide if he wants to.
No, he can't slice like that. He doesn't have a... Oh,
No, 2, 4, 5.
No.
Yeah,
You need
not
7
just
side
short.
side.
Just short.
So there's the simplest.
So it's probably going to fire.
yeah, it's gonna fire.
And
No,
if
that hurts.
SMC is named, then picking up SMC is good, very good.
Oh, that's true.
Archangel is very good in Sol for this reason.
Yeah. So I was gonna say I wouldn't pay into it, and if Ben wants to fire 5 credits into it, then that's great for you. But yeah, if you can, oh, he's popping the dog instead.
Are we sure that he named SMC with targeted marketing?
I think it's SMC,
Okay.
but my sources are reliable. Ben's jacking out here.
I suppose he doesn't want to hit a news hound, and he's lost the dot. I don't know.
Yeah, hard to know. Right. So can't be an Astro, or we would have.
Yeah.
So it's click.
£2.54.
What's Brendan just drawn there? Hard to tell.
Oh, it's breaking news.
Just a double advance and take a draw and double advance the breaking news for no values.
Interesting.
Interesting play.
And it's not like his hand's full of stuff that
it
he
might
needs
be
to
he's
clear.
resetting. Oh, he can't. He doesn't have a timer to reset.
He can reset timer.
Rocco.
No, you need another one because
You need
scoring
two more,
doesn't
yeah. Scoring doesn't-
remove it, so it's not you've not got one in the bin or in hand.
Rocco.
Because if all the breaking newses leave the game,
Yeah,
Ben's really pleased. Like once they all end up in score areas.
for sure. Ooh, was that another agenda going out in the open?
That looked like a 5-3 in the open with a breaking news somewhere. I didn't see.
I think it might have been an exploder and he might have drawn mid-seasons.
Yeah,
might
he has drawn mid-seasons.
Or
that's
it's
right.
Oh, okay, that's what that
Or
is
it's a
then.
C source and he's going to. I mean,
Nah, he's popped down an exploder and he's got the all-seeing eye in hand, and Ben's or is now installed resources worth taking. That'll be what that is. And if he learns the mid-seasons, then he can take it back with an exchange of information when he wants.
Yeah. But on Ben's side, he is starting to get an econ engine going. Proco is a big hit, particularly against yellow, but once it sticks around, it's...
Well, I've actually
very
dropped
efficient.
it from my Shaper deck for that very reason.
Yeah.
That
You
yellow's
hate
just
paying
getting
five.
yellow's just so
so it
aggressive with
looks
their
like
breaking
the
uses
it
these
looks
days.
like it is on SMC and
Yeah.
not on not on Siphon.
Thank you, people watching on the stream. You're more observant than us.
Yeah.
That's because they're not drinking.
Some of them might be. It's a Sunday.
So Jax gets checked. Brendan doesn't care. He's
Oh,
trashing
wow,
it. That's
wow.
interesting. He does have indexing, so I wonder if there's an indexing in the future. But
Ooh.
Is that both Akazars going in a bin?
No, that's you
So it's
start-
SSMC's back going in a
yeah.
bin. Diesel.
Which is interesting, given that I don't think his hand's got any breakers in it.
Well, it's an SMC on the board.
Well, sure, but there's 3 kinds of ice in this game
Yeah.
to go. Oh.
breaking news trash Proco. Yeah.
Okay.
disgusting.
Oh, so maybe he doesn't have the all-seeing eye. Maybe I missed.
Yeah, no, he would've-
Maybe it's the exchange of information. He has.
Yeah, they're both yellow cards with
Yeah.
Victoria Jenkins on. So.
Maybe he's running Victoria Jenkins.
Yeah, but this does turn a lot of the EOI off the. This does take EOI off the table quite a lot, unless unless Brendan lands in mid-seasons.
It does, and he's down to 5 credits.
Yeah.
But
So-
that's an exploder on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, the thing is, like, Ben is going to need to play breakers at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can just wait to draw the breakers in.
I mean,
Maybe.
Brendan isn't really threatening.
Well, Brendan can jam
I
an
assume-
Astro, and then he is threatening.
I assume the reason he hasn't threatened is because he hasn't drawn an Astro. I'm sure that.
Also,
Astro
he's
would
not.
come in.
It's not that much. He's not that high in money. Like, and right now, Ben's board isn't worth bouncing with Archangel, so Ben can probably run through the Archangel, see what it is.
It's presumably a Daytown, though.
How do you sell the sleeves?
Newshound.
Newshound, not Daytown. The
I
good
mean,
one.
Datahound would be a real rogue
Yeah,
pick at this stage.
Yeah, Wolf Dog, good dog.
Good dog, bad
Playable
dog.
dog.
Good dog, bad dog, broken dog.
There's only one playable dog actually in the game, and it's Newshound.
Is that-
No one say Grim.
Grim's a lot better than a lot of Wayland Ice.
Second best dog in the game. So Brendan's just thinking, because Brendan's line to win this game is not obvious. I feel like that's sold generally. He's got all these weird cards. There's a lot of permutations. He could advance that Exploder once and make Ben try and guess.
I mean, with the economy disparity at the moment, I wouldn't be wild about that because all
No,
Ben
no,
has to
neither.
have in the hand is like a sure gamble.
Yeah.
And it's,
And obviously Film Critic just shuts that off. Ben's got Hype Driver, so he's going to obviously try and set up some big turns.
Hype train.
he's got no MU for it though, so he'd be losing his self-mod and the other 2 are in the bin. So
Yeah.
at that stage, you become very happy throwing Astros behind.
Yeah. Very true.
Oh, Kamani is a dog, apparently. Is it? It's a lion.
Come on, Kawani's a dog.
He's a
Yeah,
dog.
okay, I forgot about Kamani.
And Pup. Pup's good.
Pup's good, yeah. Newshound's better than both these cards,
So
but
he
I was
is
wrong. There are like 3
cracking.
playable dogs in the game.
Is he cracking? He's cracking the SMC
Yeah, I think different colors of
Oof.
for
Great.
a Sai.
He's trying to work out what to put. Why is he cracking it?
I don't. I think
Oh,
he
because he
to
wants to
go
install the Hype
Driver.
Driver. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, in that case, I would really need it. So is it
So what Ben is presumably trying to do is get very rich, set up some Hype Drivers, have an indexing turn, get some points, notoriety, get some more points,
I'm
and
not sure I like the Sai in HQ.
he's going to need to get into HQ at this. Yeah, well, so Ben's.
Yeah, I'd rather put it on the on the remote, to be honest,
No, I
just
don't hate
because
remote.
we know there's an Archangel there.
in this case,
Yeah.
It looks like it's on HQ.
Yep. Looks like that's what he picked. I think it's a fine play.
Oh, I was about to ask if Ben's running Scavenge. There it is. It's got another news hound drawn.
Woof woof.
Generally good.
Yeah.
No, that's not a secret snake right now.
You just like where to put that news hound is a big deal. But I guess R&D.
I think that suggests that there's already a news hound on the remote, because otherwise you'd throw one there, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
This is where you want your news hound. One on HQ, one on R&D, one on your remote.
Welcome to your options.
Hyper
They are all
driver.
shit.
Right. I assume this is a hype driver recon turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you just proc on like 3 times and see where you are.
He doesn't have
he
break,
had a
though,
break.
but he
Oh,
can
yeah, of course he lost.
draw play a bunch. Like, hype driver is at worst a free turn.
To be fair, like Brendan is now only on 2 credits, so I think I'm not sure.
2 credits is news hound money though.
Yeah.
But you might be thinking about trying to do a dicey indexing. I doubt it.
Right, he named
Why is the
Lady.
dog going down?
He just wants to install his cards, I suppose. Like, you get Kate discount.
I guess, but like it's kind of pricey, and then
Yeah,
you can't run anywhere else where you expect there might be an Archangel.
And
Or indeed
10
the remote.
credits have just come down on Brendan's side. So was
Named
Lady actually
Lady.
named with?
Well, Brendan claims he did.
Interesting. Should you be over there judging, Tagore?
I assume that Ben would pick up on it if that targeted marketing was firing on whatever card Brendan wanted. But yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with this targeted marketing.
Wait, I'm gonna go check.
Tagore once again briefly doing his job. Yeah, sci-fi on HQ.
Yeah, mate. I don't know. So that's Tagore.
Oh, interesting.
Oh. Yeah, so but you can't change it with the breaking news unless you have a second target.
Yeah.
So we did clear that up. Brendan did make a mistake. It was still on SMC. He just imagined he named Lady. So
Well, it's good to dream.
good to dream. It's good to dream that I, have a free timer.
But Ben is still pretty poor, so
Hey, I'm on
he
the
needs
ball.
to get
okay?
Otman 4 to get through those news hounds.
I'm on the ball, right? Guys.
Yeah, Tagore, you're...
Oh no.
This is an okay time to
Yeah,
steal it.
it's not bad.
Right, I'm gonna go this is what the timer is.
I think it'll still be... Oh, well, you can switch it
You
now.
can switch it now, yeah, because it crashes and he gets renamed. What does he name? Econ cards? So that he can mid-season successfully? Do you name Shortgun or something? But that's really bad. Any
Yeah,
other turn.
because you draw any other
Yeah.
econ card and it turns that off. So at this stage, I think just Atman, and then if you've got a news hound on the remote, Atman, and then start throwing agendas.
Yeah, I like that.
Right, so he's named SMC.
Okay.
Again.
With 3 SMCs in the bin, though.
I don't know. This is
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I would definitely put it on Atman, because if
Yeah.
Ben draws an Atman, then he's happy days.
Yeah, and the SMC is going to get an Altman, so... Or Atman. Apparently I can't call it Altman.
Oh,
I call
really?
it Altman, and people are like, no,
That's
don't
the
call-
correct pronunciation, though, right?
That's what I thought, but someone said it's like Atman. I like it as Altman. I think it sounds better.
I've done a cursory amount of research into it, and I believe that is the correct pronunciation.
Thank you, Seamus.
Although I was getting hassled with what I thought the plural of mongoose was on the stream earlier, so...
Is it not
I'm sure-
mongoose?
It's not, sadly.
Oh.
Although someone on the Twitch does think
how
that is an acceptable use. So.
It might be, yeah. It's like language evolves, right? Anyway, mid-seasons has come down.
It seems like he's only paid for a mid-season for 7.
Sounds like enough to me. Oh, no, so he can pay 6 and...
Interesting.
No, but he's taking a bunch of tags.
So he's floating.
I think that's a mistake.
So now things are going to get interesting because EOI is live.
Yeah, that's I don't.
They
like-
put an SMC on the... So
I
they've
don't like
changed the
this at all.
board state. SMC is not what it should be, but, they can... If they're happy
I don't
with it.
like this at all.
I think it's fine.
No, as in the tags for Ben.
So if he pays all his credits, he can't really get into a moat for the rest of the game.
Sure, but if he doesn't pay all his credits,
Resistor becomes... And I know that
Resistor's
Brandon's
not-
running...
Resistor becomes insane.
yeah, that and EOI suddenly becomes incredibly live, and anything he scores it gets off for breaking uses.
It's a good mid-seasons because he's...
Yeah, it's great. It's great for
I would have
Brendan.
paid into it. As
I probably would have paid into it.
And like Brendan's running close to counts.
So here's Otman
You
4.
should have paid into it. I think that was a big
So
mistake.
nowadays
on
hand
Ben's
is not a huge hit. So Ben might be able to...
It's got an indexing in hand, but how many times can you get into R&D on 5 credits?
Yeah. And
Oh,
closing...
and size on the
part.
HQ as well.
Brendan's only on 4 credits.
Yep, it's true. But he hasn't played a sweeps this game, right? And he must have sweep.
Scavenge Sai, sorry.
I mean, I just don't
Scavenge
know
Sai and
where is Ben if Brendan closed accounts. He's absolutely nowhere,
To
right?
click for credits and stuff.
Well, he's only on
single
5
accesses.
credits. I'm not sure a closing pattern that is.
And like, that's a dicey proposition when you're on 4 points.
Yep.
So he EOIs to gain a point, which is
It's fine, but it's not great.
presumably he's got more than one EOI in his deck, and he just
Yeah,
might as well.
And there's
do it.
only one Jackson used, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's going to EOI anything and everything now.
Brendan is almost certainly not on 24/7. I didn't check it. Well, I checked his list. I did check his
So
list.
you know for a fact that he's on
No,
24/7.
I checked his list. I don't recall seeing one.
For anyone concerned, I got a message from Tagore at 1:45 this morning telling me that he
No,
finished
quarter
checking.
past 2.
Oh, okay. Telling me that he'd finished checking your decks. So there's been thorough checking.
To be fair, I checked yours around midnight. It's just I only set them out at the same time.
I was trying to sleep in the room where Tagore was checking the decks. It was, the potential for foul play was. Luckily, Tagore has too much integrity.
I have unimpeachable integrity.
Right, so back to the game. What are these players' game plans? Zooming out for a second. I assume that Ben is hoping for indexing and Maker's Eyes to squeak it out to 7.
Yeah.
But what is Brendan's plan to win this game now?
Well, I feel like he's in a very powerful position.
Yeah.
If he's got resistors on any of those servers, they become almost impassable.
No David in
They're currently, 7 strength, right?
Yeah.
He's gone for the Siphon, which is actually not a bad play at this point.
Yeah, I think that's fine. We
Yeah,
don't
I
care
like
about-
that play.
I mean, you're.
Yeah,
So I suppose here's the question: do you take 4
Siphon.
credits, or do you take an access?
No, you take 4
I
credits.
think you take the credits.
You take
it.
Is this
I mean-
click 1? Oh, it's same old Siphon. So he can indexing run again.
Yeah.
Brendan, I
true.
assume, has
And
pocket window,
he's
but-
also got Maker's Eye. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to.
Oh god, yeah. So you can indexing make
Chain, yeah, chain
The
multi.
only
That's the
difficulty
plan.
is if he runs into a resistor, which is
Yes,
now.
resistor is 0 to res.
I mean, he can pay.
but he can
4,
pay
though.
3. Well, 3 because he's got a link.
Oh sure.
It is K.
These 15 influence
Let
shapers
me
with
go-
their link. It's luxurious.
The kid doesn't have a link, does she?
She does not.
He's going straight for the Maker's Eye rather than going for the.
Yeah, I think I like that.
I mean, you don't want to pay for your resistor twice.
Sure.
That's about the best 2 cards Brendan can have right now.
I mean, Brendan is running GFI, so density's not going to be huge. But
No.
there's nothing in hand, right?
Doesn't
So-
look like it.
No, that's what I can see.
So there's an all-seeing eye there, which is going to do basically nothing this game. But
Yeah, Ben's on tag floating mode. He's not doing
Be-
anything.
Ben is now tagged enough that Brendan has got a bunch of live cards.
Sure, but there's also it also means that none of those cards are resisted, which is actually good. Which is really good for Ben.
It's true, yeah.
That card at the end of the map might still be resisted, but none of the cards installed so far on R&D are.
Yeah, so the outside ice, my guess is Data Hound.
Yeah, it's probably. It's,
Which is still a 2-credit tax.
We saw the data hand go down.
Like,
Well, it's a
Ben-
1 credit tag, so you'll just take the tag.
yeah,
true. So
Well,
making this R&D a 3-credit tax, which, considering Ben can't play any resource econ the rest of the game, is still good.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's 2 credits to res.
Yeah.
Pays itself back very quickly.
And Archangel is very, very live, because picking up Otman is a huge setback for Ben.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah.
And that Sai is not where you want it to be.
I mean, I feel like that's basically game ending because he's been mostly clicking for credits at this point,
Yeah.
right?
Can I click at 3,000?
Yeah, clicking for credits is very strong. So, yeah, Brendan can kind of dictate the pace of this game now, and he has a lot of ways to win, which makes it much harder for Ben to play against him.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious to say, like, Brendan is heavily favoured from now on.
Yes. Ben can never clear these tags.
I'm interested to hear Ben's thinking on taking the tags. I don't know if maybe he was just intending to go all in on the same old thing siphons.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
so
think that
thought,
was-
well, that gives me license to do it.
Yeah.
And he'd already lost his Procon.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So paying 2 and take 2.
Interesting.
But Brendan can make plays like that. He's got a lot of time.
He's got
Oh,
time.
no, sure.
He's got time on his side, and if Ben actually steals anything important, he can just EOI it back.
That's part of the issue. Ben has to win very quickly, and he can't play Film Critic now. So he needs to race up to 7, or else everything's going to get swapped.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what I wonder
As
is
a news
if
hand, which is just
Brendan. So influence-wise, we know he's got Astro. I don't know if he's got Sansan. He's got at least a couple of blue levels. I wonder if he's running an Archive Memories, which is really nice for
Yeah.
these like box of tricks.
Yeah.
tagging decks.
Really, really good.
I think he is. I'm not sure though.
Was that Jackson?
Yeah, it looks like a Jackson.
Oh,
Yep.
Classic Art Jackson. Love it.
I prefer, if you're an MBN, I think running the normal Jackson is better. If you're splashing it, I prefer running the promo. That's about where I've come down to on Jacksons.
Interesting. I'm
Interesting, 'cause
intrigued
I'm the
to hear that
opposite.
you've given this so much thought.
So
Art's really important.
I've done the complete opposite here. I tend to run or in NBN and regular Jackson outside, because it makes it easier to know that this is clearly not an in-faction code.
Also a fair approach. If I'm playing CI combo, you always use promo Jacksons because
You're a
looks
twat.
more mischievous.
Sure. That makes sense.
I asked Dutch anyway which Jackson I preferred, and he told me he didn't care. So, opinion of the world champion there. So yeah, so we're seeing 3 cards.
And
That is a food.
That is
not the card he
not
wants
that
to
great
steal.
for him. Food is so good in these exchange of info decks.
Yep.
Like the ability really comes into its own when you're swapping it around. Because usually it's worth 3 points to the corp, 2 points to the runner, but its points value changes.
Yeah.
Which is such an odd thing to have happen.
So I suppose here's a question: how many exchange of informations do you think Brendan would be running? I think 2.
Two is the number
I
I've come
think
down
he's
on
run-
having
I
played a
think
bit of
he's running
sync.
2.
So he doesn't seem to have any OI right now, which is
Yeah, he should be drawing for one, I think.
which is a problem.
Oh, no,
so-
he's
Install take 2.
the thing about Brendan is he still actually needs to score at least one more agenda.
Yep. But if his deck has got a bunch of tag punishment, he can close accounts and install Astro.
Yeah, which is exactly what he did to me in this list.
Yeah. Like, close accounts is a very good card once their mid-season's a bunch, because they can't play resources to gain money, and they can't click money because you close accounts.
I think you indexing here is Ben, don't you?
You just siphoned it.
Yeah, but you can now indexing.
Sure.
Yeah.
You do, because 2 agendas can close out this game for Ben, and he needs that to happen. Let's look at a Proco in hand, which is...
Oh no, but you want to do it. No, you want to do it. You want to do it next turn, and you're not sure. And that might still be a Jackson, which is it's actually very likely a Jackson. So that's probably not what Ben wants to do at all.
You reckon Soul second Jackson already? Yeah. Oh, really? You're gonna pay through that and the Archangel?
I think.
Surely you let the trace fire?
No, it's a mistake. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's the run end.
That's it. Yeah. Then you indexing.
We were talking about Resistor versus Vanilla yesterday, and this is obviously the
Yeah.
application for the former. In mid-season decks, I think Resistor.
You
Oh,
indexing here,
absolutely.
right? It's 3 credits. Brendan gets 2.
Well, it was the same old account siphon, so he's only got 1 credit.
Yeah, but
left,
now
one
he
click
can
left.
indexing.
Well, yeah, but he can't run back in.
Well, now.
No, he can. Yeah, he
now
can
he can
now,
do it
yeah.
now. Yeah.
Well,
And
he can't.
Oh,
but
sorry,
there's-
Brendan clicked for
Yeah,
credit. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's
So-
a risk that there's a Jackson there. So
yeah.
look at how gingerbread still not good. So yeah, Ben is looking at that index. I assume he's just trying to work out if that's a Jackson, because if you know for a fact that's not a Jackson, you fire it here 100%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ben, but Ben still needs 2 scores.
Yeah.
Before the notoriety
my
plays
God.
on.
Yeah, but indexing is very good because you really don't want to get to 5 points and then have exchange of information below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
So yeah, is he going for it?
Yeah.
That's indexing.
So paying 3 credits and taking a tag, giving Brendan 2 credits. So this is a Jackson. It's so bad for him because he needs to give Brendan 2 more credits.
Oh hell yeah,
But maybe this is it for Ben.
I mean, I suppose at some point you've got to say,
I mean, the thing
I'm
about-
in a bad position. I need to take the risk that the worst case scenario isn't the case.
Classic good play when you're losing is working out what weird stuff needs to happen for you to win.
Yeah.
So there are 3 agendas on top of R&D. If that's the only way I win, I'm going to play like there are.
Is that something you're familiar with, Alex?
We're not going to discuss that. Indexing is a good card except when it's bad. Although for Ben it didn't look like...
it looked like a whiff.
wasn't great, yeah. Sometimes indexing is good. Like at UK Nationals 2015. Sometimes...
I think I saw an exchange of information there, which like you'd kind of like to see an indexing to bury it, but at the same time, if there's no agendas coming before
Oh
it,
shit,
that
there is
doesn't-
an Astro.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, that's important.
I mean, I think if Ben stole it, that would have been amazing for him.
Well, yeah, of course.
Obviously.
Because it would have been 2 points.
So that puts
Yeah, it would've
Brendan,
been 2
Brendan is
points.
now on 5 points. Which means that if he draws an exchange of info, he wins. Because he swaps
Yep.
the breaking news for a
Yeah,
GFI
GFI.
and it's GG.
So I think we did see that there was an exchange of information before any agendas
Yeah.
in R&D, and Ben knows that.
So Ben now knows that he just has to keep running hand in hope. It's the similar situation as to when Fastro has fast track.
Yeah.
Like it's an agenda for Brendan. It's not an agenda for Ben.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
very rough. He's not Ed Kim. He doesn't have him. Yeah, he's just fishing.
I think it's,
And I think we're pretty confident there's nothing in HQ, right?
no.
Fairly confident, yeah. And Ben essentially probably knows that. But what else? can
Yeah.
he
Oh
do?
yeah, no, absolutely, I agree.
Presumably he put exchange of info on the bottom. So his last ditch hope is that when he knows the exchange of info is on top,
Yeah, he
he
can
makes his eyes
index
into
it.
agendas or indexing.
Oh sure.
If he can get another indexing, he can keep trying to move it to the bottom. Like
No, there's a play
that
for
is
you.
not a place you ever want to be. And there's a blue level in hand, so
I mean, has Brendan got any ice that isn't tagging?
No, I think
very
like
little.
once Brendan goes tag me, the ice stops doing much.
well, that's why you play Resistor.
Yeah.
And
And that's the
News
notoriety in hand, isn't it? Is that what I'm seeing there?
hard to tell.
Indeed.
But Notoriety isn't really going to do it this game
I mean, yeah, no choice not going
because he's on 3 points, right?
If you
So-
makers
if
need
you-
something,
yeah,
then you can.
if you make us into 2-pointer, 1-pointer.
Yeah, but I don't think there's enough 1 pointers left in the deck. There's only there's one making use. I think 3 foods.
So here's what we're seeing: is we're seeing the indexing to keep the exchange of information away.
Ben knows what he needs to do to win.
Yeah.
Also, if there's 2 agendas,
He wins. That does not
That's
look
a
like
global
too-
food.
That's a food. I mean, at this point, you just take the food.
Oh man, are you? No, there's a Jackson in there. Do you see the Jackson, hoping that you can shuffle away the exchange of information?
Ooh.
but then you're
That's
playing the lottery.
risky.
No, but then he would just like install
might draw
Jackson,
into it,
Jackson,
yeah.
Jackson. Very bad.
So Seamus is leaving the booth for a second.
I'll be back in a moment, guys. Don't panic.
So close.
Notoriety and hope Brendan decides to be a jerk swap in for Notoriety. He's never going to do that. Yeah, Ben does need to steal this here. Blue level.
Blue level. That's not good for Ben. I think.
No, the EOI is still not. He's 1 away from EOI, right? No, he's just drawn it. That's the game. Yeah. And there we have the game, guys. That's Brendan Jackson as your Darksphere London Regional Champion. Repping Geist and Soul. I might see if we can get Brendan in for a winner's interview. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, good game.
We're live.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back for our winners interview with Dark Sphere London Regional winner Brendan Jackson. Congratulations, Brendan.
Thank you very much, Alex.
So let's start by talking about your decks because they're a little bit off centre. No industrial genomics or wizard from you. So let's start with your runner because we just saw your court.
Sure.
So who are you repping today on the runner side of things?
So I brought Geist, mostly for a laugh because I wanted to have some fun. I really enjoyed, the kind of playstyle Geist is, lots of installs. I used to play Noise, it's very similar. You trash things, they go away, they have an effect for a while.
Yeah, you've got this temporary rig.
Right, it's really interesting. But it has a terrible matchup with most of the good meta decks, like NEH Fast Advance, as you saw. There's very little game there, especially if you never find your Kuroda. And IG, it's got a terrible matchup with. But it has a really good Polon matchup, and there's a lot of Argus around now, and kill, Harpsichord, Shop. And in those matchups, Geist is really hard to kill.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, right? There's like Street Peddler can save you.
Right. You put up a few the spy cameras.
Yeah.
And they can save you. And then I have 3 Sports Hoppers in this deck.
Of course.
And that's like 3 Plascreens.
Yeah.
And you start adding this up and you realise you can just never die unless you're out of cards.
Exactly, yeah. And you run a levy, right? So
I run 2 levies because I keep running out of cards.
Yeah, so I've tested Geist a bit, that 1 levy was mandatory, but you really just want 2 levies.
I really did, and I just cut down as much as possible. The off-campus apartments seem to be extra influence I really need and just slow me down, it felt. So I just cut right to the bare minimum. And once you lost the need for Maker's Eyes, because you got the spy camera, I just thought, well, why not just do that? It's fine.
So your plan A is Geist is to build a big rig and then get into wherever you need to get into.
Right, the plan A is to build a rig, but as you're doing that, you're getting money and draw from your spy cameras.
Yeah.
And from your street peddlers and from your sports hoppers. So everything as you build helps you build.
Yeah.
And at the same time you can see what's on R&D, get accesses and disrupt the corpse board state, get the political objective down if you need it, take care of Jackson, take care of Caprice and Batty, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Nice.
And then just snipe them.
So you're pleased with your choice to play Geist? I mean, obviously you won, but
no,
knowing your day, would you play it again?
So if I'd known what the cut was going to be, I'd probably brought something more like Haley or something different. But if I'd known what I was going to play during the day, I probably couldn't have asked for a better pick. I think the run's pretty important, right? Because if I'd run into an EH Fast Advance every round, I'd have just lost.
Yeah.
But I actually ran into Titan round 1, a new player, not really worth talking about. A couple of Argus decks, which it has a really good matchup against.
Because you just can't die, right?
It's a really interesting combination because it's very rushy as Argus, and it wants to score out.
Yeah, that's potentially a problem for you.
And it can be a problem, but at the same time, you want to be using these disposable breakers because they fuel your draw, and if you get a tech trader down, it fuels your credits. So you actually want to be doing this. So there's this interplay of tempo and stuff, which is really interesting in that matchup. But I think it's very Geist favoured.
Yeah, of course. And PAL is becoming more and more popular. We saw a lot of it at the top tables, and that matchup for you, is that your best matchup?
It's really strong, especially this version. I was messing around with Geist for quite a while, and a friend of mine plays Polana and kept winning with Batty Psy games, and I got so sick of it I took out 2 account siphons, which are useless in that matchup, in most matchups, and put in 2 drive-bys instead, and that was really strong.
Yeah,
it forces the Caprice rares.
Yeah, of course.
It can be hairy, in one of the games in the cut, Sam did a really smart thing of just stacking 5 barriers and a Cobra on the remote, and just tried to Batty.
Yeah,
and that worked. You got rid of a Kuroda, but I managed to call a bluff and then eventually get a Kuroda and snipe to the end.
So you've got a good box of tricks, you've got a game plan, and you can. And once everything's set up, you're making money while you're running, which is a big part of net running.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. Once you're set up, the deck just vomits out money, and you struggle to spend it. I used to have more efficient breakers than I swapped to Sci for a Gordian Blade because I found that I wanted to run more just spending money.
Yeah.
And the Slicer was too limiting, even though it was more efficient.
Cool. Okay, so let's move on because we could dissect Geist for hours. It's a fascinating deck. Now let's talk about your Corp deck, which we just saw in the finals.
Yeah.
So you're repping Sol today.
Right. I've been playing Sol for quite a while, and I've always found there's a big struggle with what you do for a money dump is the first key to this puzzle. And sometimes the targeted martins will fire and you get tons of money. But if it doesn't, you actually are quite poor, and you can't build your ice suite around this, trickle of money. But sometimes there, sometimes isn't. You need to force the runner to have the thing, to play the card, to target marketing. And if you get that money, what do you do with it? And then Exchange of Information came out, and we were all very excited about that. And I saw Timmy's deck, which had 3 GFIs, 3 breaking news, and 3 NAPDs. And I thought, well, NAPDs won't influence the Celestial script, so I know which one I'd prefer.
Yeah.
And then I've seen, people made the sync decks, and I think they're pretty more consistent. But I think the mid-seasons can be a whole other angle of threat, especially with a rush deck that can build tons of money with targeted marketing and force, if you know what's in their deck, you know it's needed an SMC to get in, you can often just get the money. And then mid-seasons is live and
Yeah.
really scary.
Yeah, so Seamus was talking about how your deck's kind of a bag of tricks as far as tags are concerned.
it's very much like, you just, there's a seesaws, there's 2 mid-seasons, there's 3 breaking news, there's 3 turnpikes and news hounds, which the trace is now relevant.
Yeah.
Floating tags isn't a good idea anymore versus those old sort of rushy ones that didn't really care. And there's a closed account and all-seeing eye. I think I'd have referred to all-seeing eyes during the day, but the closed accounts can be useful, and if I joined the last game, it would have been great.
Yeah, absolutely. It stops them clicking for credits and then getting a bunch of multi-access. It does a few different things. And it makes the mid-seasons trace really bad, because if they don't pay into it, you close their accounts anyway.
And it's a fantastic agenda suite, because there's only, there's an Explodapalooza in there as the extra one from Sync suite.
Yeah.
Because it helps with mid-seasons.
Yeah.
But there's so few agendas in the deck, especially when you can score out the breaking news as early as you often can.
Yeah.
You want them to score the GFIs so you can exchange information. And the Astros you want to score, and often you can quickly and probably chain them.
Yeah, of course.
So it's just the best agenda suite. That
Yeah, it
I've
was looking very
seen,
strong.
It's really good. And it's a really good fun deck to play. It's very dynamic.
It was a very interesting finals. There was some good counterplay.
Traces are always interesting when there's lots of them
Yeah.
in a row. And that makes it interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So your ice suite's pretty standard. News Hound's one of the best cards in the deck.
Right, News Hound's amazing.
It's the reason
right?
it puts Sol on the map.
Right, but it's like a 2-credit hunter early on.
Yeah.
Because tags are important.
Yeah, it's still not the
And that's fine, right?
Yeah.
You can defend a server with that.
Yeah,
You can defend
absolutely.
HQ or need stop them keep going in, picking at cards. And then it tends to end the run if you get a current. And that's bonkers.
Yeah, it's insane. We were talking about this as the finals were happening. Ben's only answer is on the 4.
Right, I should have named that man for 10 credits.
Yeah, so targeted marketing is... There was some strange stuff happening.
I made some just mistakes,
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, so we're day 2 here. We had the top cut on the second day, and this was on the first day, which I like. I think it's good. It gives us all a chance to have a rest. And you were saying just before we went live that you went home and you had dinner. And, so that helps a lot. So generally, you pro 2 days with the cut on the second day. Is that a good thing to you?
I don't know. It's kind of awkward. I have quite a long. It's only an hour and a half kind of from door to door from Oxford, so it's okay. But I think for a lot of people, it's either means a stay over in London, which isn't cheap.
Yeah.
Or a fairly long commute both ways.
Exactly. So
twice.
advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's not much you can do with big tournaments.
Yeah.
I think the number of rounds of Swiss is pretty important to stop IDs being the dominant factor.
Cool. Yeah, that's true. Right.
So
yeah, we'll start to wrap this up. If anyone's got any questions they want to shove in the chat real quick, but we'll start to kind of sum up. So, how were your 2 days? Were they good? You felt like...
Yeah, they were good. I think the biggest surprise was the lack of any H-Fast events.
Yeah.
I think the Haley stomped them out. And Sol doing pretty well in the cup. It was the weak point in the Swiss. Guys went undefeated in Swiss apart from the 2 IDs. Although the 2 IDs were both against IG. And I think you probably could have taken 2 games there.
IG
you and Laurie
is good against guys. It's an odd matchup because the guys player can draw cards during the corpse time.
Right,
so.
but I don't think there's any. We saw with Laurie when he played, he got a couple of accesses against 4
it's something like that. You've
in
just
the
got
whole game, and
much
I'm not sure
play.
guys is much better.
No, exactly. So yeah, that makes sense. So you'd recommend people play your decks? Any changes you'd make?
I wouldn't play them in a meta where you thought there was lots of IG and H-Fest events. I totally play them in the Geist anyway. I totally play them in a meta where there's tons of kill, particularly, but also rush and glacier.
Okay.
As for Sol, anything where there's lots of Haley, lots of wizard, anything with resources, it's great against noise for the same reasons.
Of course,
It's fantastic against noise. Actually.
Yeah, it seems very
The agenda
good.
suite's bonkers against
Yeah.
noise. The shapers who can money up really quick and the prepaid Kate days, it would have really struggled.
Really changed
I don't think it would have been a good deck in those days.
Yeah, but people relying on Proco now. Yellow's a good place to do it.
It's a huge deal. Naming that with total marketing and then sniping it later is a great fun move. So yeah,
good. Okay, I guess we'll wrap this up. So congratulations, Brendan. Very well played
Very
today. And I don't know. We'll hopefully see everybody soon. Thanks for watching, guys.